Chapter 1295. Gu Nianji spread her hands and giggled. I don't need to understand. I'm marrying Major General Hua. If he can't handle his family, why would he marry me? Brother Xiong, would you let your family mistreat Chi-Chi? How is that possible? My parents love her like she's their own daughter. As their son, I'm behind. Yin Shixiang said without hesitation and chuckled. He only found a girlfriend when he was almost 30, then got engaged and prepared to get married. His parents were so grateful to Ma Chi-Chi, how could they put on airs and make things difficult for her? It's the same logic. Gu Nianji tilted her head and looked at Yin Shixiang. Miss Song also loves me like her own daughter, although Miss Song wasn't a loving mother in the usual sense. Gu Nianji wasn't an obedient daughter in the usual sense either. Both of them had their own career pursuits, so they were very compatible. But General Hua and Grandfather Hua are prejudiced against you. Yin Shixiang was very realistic when it came to other people's matters. You can't expect Major General Hua to always be at home to help you settle your family relations, right? Gu Nianji thought about it and smiled. I don't think I have any family relations to settle. Grandfather Hua is getting old. I plan to ask the Xia family to find something for him to do so he doesn't have to make things difficult for Major General Hua every day. General Hua doesn't need to be mentioned. If he makes things difficult for me, I think General Ji won't let him off. The Xia family was Grandfather Hua's in-laws. The Xia family didn't know that Grandfather Hua had wronged his wife before, but now that they knew, it would be unreasonable for them not to support their own people. Yin Shixiang raised an eyebrow and gave her a thumbs up. Good. You know how to use others to your advantage. As expected of our genius girl. Actually, it's my time that's precious. Do you know how much those famous lawyers charge for an hour? If you want to fight with me, think about your own wallet first. Gu Nianji smiled proudly and tossed her black hair behind her back. She went back to her room. She didn't go downstairs much and had been nervously researching information in her room to prepare a complaint. When she went downstairs for dinner that night, she found that Yin Shixiang wasn't there either. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng wasn't back either. It was boring to eat alone, so she hurriedly made a bowl of pork rib soup and ate it before going upstairs to continue working. When she went to bed in the middle of the night, Hua Xiaoheng still hadn't returned. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng was in the small conference room of the Army's Supreme Council, reporting to a few higher-ups. During his trip to Russia, he had obtained a lot of first-hand information. General Ji silently listened to him and asked with a frown, did Director Song make any new discoveries in Tunguska? Another big shot from the General Assembly Department was also very concerned. This military experiment has been going on for almost 20 years. We hope that Director Song can produce results. I heard that the United States has made a major breakthrough. We can't fall too far behind. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the information in his hand and said, according to Director Song's report, she made a major breakthrough in the Sea of Japan at the supernatural workmanship of nature. This time, she had gained a lot from her trip to Tunguska in Siberia. After she finishes analyzing all the data, we should be able to enter the field test phase. As soon as he said that, all the big shots in the room were overjoyed. It should be known that these people were usually as calm as a mountain in front of their families. It was very rare for them to show their emotions without reservation like this. General Ji said emotionally, it's been 20 years. In a few months, it'll be 20 years. I hope that Director Song can surpass her master this time and successfully complete the field test. If they really succeeded, not only would they be able to leave the United States in the dust, but they would also be able to lead the entire blue planet. They would be unrivaled in the entire world. Of course, the big shots in the military were the most excited about this. If Speaker Long had seen this scene, he would definitely have scolded these old military leaders for being militaristic and wasting money and manpower. However, he was just saying it. His obsession with national security was even deeper than some of the big shots in the military. It was just that the way he expressed it was different. It was already 1:00 in the morning when Hu Xiaoheng finished sorting out all the information and making the report. The big shots of the military were still in high spirits. When they walked out of the conference room, they were all in high spirits, as if they were 10 years younger. General Ji was the last to come out. He said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Is the Russian president really going to be a witness to your wedding?" "Yes, President Putin really wants to attend our wedding." However, Hu Xiaoheng hesitated. "We don't plan to hold a wedding in the near future." He hadn't discussed this with Gu Nianji yet, but he could tell that Gu Nianji didn't really want to hold a wedding right away. Because of Zhao Liangzi, even Yin Shixiang planned to wait a year before getting married. Hu Xiaoheng also planned to wait a year and a half before holding a wedding. General Ji was very satisfied with the time and said, "President Putin is coming to us, so we need plenty of time to prepare. I think a year and a half is a good time. Let's do it this way." In a year and a half, Nianji will be almost 21 years old. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips. Yes, soon. After returning from the military compound to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hu Xiaoheng went to the office building and worked there all night. Gu Nianji didn't wait for Hu Xiaoheng to return. When she woke up the next morning, she looked at her phone. It was exactly 7 in the morning. Her biological clock had actually adjusted back quickly. Since Hu Xiaoheng was so busy, Gu Nianji didn't plan to continue idling there. She called He Jichu and found out that he was at home today. After asking for the address, Gu Nianji asked for a car key from Hu Xiaoheng's orderly and drove out in a military jeep. Gu Nianji was now engaged to Hu Xiaoheng, so she could use Hu Xiaoheng's car. Moreover, as a woman, she felt more secure driving a military car. She could feel it when she was on the highway. Almost all the cars avoided her like the plague. Gu Nianji curled her lips. She didn't race, but drove at the speed limit. It was already 10:00 in the morning when she arrived at He Jichu's West Mountain Villa. Gu Nianji got out of the car and looked at the greenery and birds chirping in the empty mountains. She felt relaxed and happy. She pushed her sunglasses up on her head, got out of the car, and carefully looked at the villa in front of her. The house was very unique. It had a gray roof and a Polonia main building. She could see a wooden ribbed lamp hanging under the eaves in front of the door. There was also a thin golden wire birdcage. There were 2 rattan reclining chairs on the cloister under the birdcage. It was so leisurely that it almost blended in with the mountains. The courtyard was very large and spacious. From the courtyard entrance to the main villa, there was a wooden cloister. There were 2 roads beside the cloister. One was a driveway, and the other was a small path made of sheep intestines and stones. The main villa was at the end of the intersection of the 2 paths and the cloister. It was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, all roads leading to the same destination. Gu Nianji was amazed by the big house. He was really too rich. Not only was he rich, but he also had good taste. However, He Jichu couldn't be living alone in such a big house, could he? Gu Nianji thought about it as she rang the doorbell. He Jichu, who had a graceful figure, rode a bicycle with yellow frames and black wheels. He soon appeared at the luxurious and imposing cherry wood entrance of the villa. He was wearing an ivory-white Egyptian cotton shirt with a small collar, and a gray cashmere vest with a polo logo on the outside. He was wearing gray fine wool trousers with straight seams. There was a sense of seriousness in his leisurely manner. His gold-rimmed glasses made him look even more refined and sophisticated. When he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, He Jichu put one foot on the ground and reached out to press the automatic button by the door. The courtyard door slowly opened. He could have opened the courtyard door remotely from the main house, but he had to ride a bicycle over. Gu Nianji smiled as she looked at the bicycle he was riding and whistled. "TSK TSK, Professor He, you're breaking the rules by showing off your wealth. A Lamborghini bicycle. The money of a bicycle is enough to buy a mid-range car, right? This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket was 900 plus updates, chapter 1285, time is precious. It was the third update at 8:00 in the evening. Moi, everyone. Chapter 1296. He Ji-chu smiled and ignored Gu Nianji's teasing. He pointed to the other side of the driveway and asked her to drive the car in. Gu Nianji nodded and returned to the car. She started the car and drove into the courtyard of He Ji-chu's West Mountain Villa. Gu Nianji parked the car at the end of the driveway and got out of the car to enter He Ji-chu's newly bought villa. The first floor hall also had cherrywood floors, and the center of the hall was covered with a colorful Persian carpet that contrasted sharply with the snow-white sofas. The hall was very deep, and the spiral staircase wound up to the second and third floors. There was also a floor below that could be walked. Out's basement. Gu Nianji took a rough look and clicked her tongue. Professor He, why does your villa look so familiar? It seems to be on par with your big American-style country house in Boston. They were both top-notch locations, and the villas of the same size were almost the same expensive unit price. He Ji-chu poured Gu Nianji a glass of milk and handed it to her. He looked at her carefully. You've lost weight. Didn't Hua Xiaoheng feed you enough in Russia? Gu Nianji took the milk with a smile. Of course I'm full. Isn't it good to lose weight? Professor He, I'll take that as a compliment. He Ji-chu, Gu Nianji looked at He Ji-chu again and said sincerely, Professor He, you're the one who's really lost weight. What exactly caused the relapse this time? Will it continue to relapse? He Ji-chu shook his head and said firmly, no, it was an accident this time. Okay, I hope you'll get good treatment if you're sick. You can't hide your illness for fear of treatment. Gu Nianji looked at He Ji-chu deeply and handed him the gift she had bought. Professor He, this is a small gift I bought for you in Russia. I know you don't lack anything, and I can't afford anything too expensive. I think this set of dolls is very cute, so I bought it for you. Gu Nianji smiled and opened the gift box. Inside the box was a very famous gift in Russia, a Russian nesting doll. Gu Nianji picked up the pink, round-faced, big-eyed wooden doll in traditional Russian clothing and compared it to her own face. Her name is Matryoshka. Isn't she cute? Other than the shape of his face, the doll's facial features were quite similar to Gu Nianji's. It was just that the shape of the full moon was similar to the doll that Gu Nianji had been holding since she was a child. It was also similar to Wen Shuyi's face. He Ji-chu's rippling, almond-shaped eyes flickered as he silently watched Gu Nianji take out a smaller nesting doll from the belly of the first one. She took out new nesting dolls from the previous nesting doll's belly one after another. Finally, a total of 15 nesting dolls of all sizes were placed on the coffee table in front of He Ji-chu. The largest was the size of He Ji-chu's palm, and the smallest was only the size of a pinky finger. The workmanship was exquisite, the color delicate, and the expression interesting. It was very cute. He Ji-chu was no stranger to this. He used to have many at home, and they were even more exquisite and luxurious. However, this was a gift from Gu Nianji, so the meaning was different. He Ji-chu picked up the largest nesting doll and looked at it. He said coldly, if this doll's face was a little smaller and narrower, it would look a little like you. Do I look like that? I don't think so. Gu Nianji blinked, but the doll looked familiar to her, so she bought it. Could there really be a psychological reason? Gu Nianji didn't have time to think about it. He Ji-chu had already put the nesting dolls back one by one. He said calmly, if you don't think so, then you don't look like me. Maybe I saw wrong. Gu Nianji laughed and didn't argue with He Ji-chu. She finished her milk and got back to business. Professor He, I'm relieved to see that you've recovered. Gu Nianji took out the draft of the indictment she had written last night. You're so busy, I shouldn't have disturbed you. But I hope to discuss this matter with you to broaden my thinking. He Jichu knew that Gu Nianji wouldn't come to him for no reason. He accepted the folder from Gu Nianji without any surprise and opened it to take a look. After reading it quickly, He Jichu muttered. You want to be Song Jinning's lawyer and sue Luo Zhaolan for attempted murder. Gu Nianji nodded heavily and said seriously, yes, I must sue her for attempted murder. But based on your statement, wouldn't it be easier to sue her for mental abuse or domestic violence? He Jichu said calmly. He was looking at Gu Nianji's indictment from a purely legal perspective. Gu Nianji was a little excited. Yes, I want to sue her for attempted murder. How can just suing her for abuse be enough? It had to be attempted murder. Why? He Jichu looked up and looked at Gu Nianji calmly. Convince me first. There's no murder in our country's criminal law. There's only intentional murder, which is divided into completed and attempted murder. Miss Song didn't die, so it can only be attempted murder. I think this is the maximum legal punishment for Luo Zhaolan's actions. It's many times more serious than domestic violence and mental abuse. Gu Nianji was filled with righteous indignation, and her little face was tense. He Jichu smiled and said casually, what's the use of telling me this? You don't have a single word to prove why you want to sue Luo Zhaolan for attempted murder. You've been saying that this is the only way to punish Luo Zhaolan to the maximum. This will make the police and prosecutors think that you're trying to vent your personal anger on attempted murder. If you can't even convince me, how can you convince the prosecutors to file a public prosecution against Luo Zhaolan? If it's mental abuse or domestic violence, you don't need to file a public prosecution through the police and prosecutors. You can file a private prosecution in court and sue Luo Zhaolan. But if you want to sue the police for attempted murder, you have to convince the police to file a case. At the same time, you have to obtain enough evidence to convince them that it's indeed attempted murder. Only then can you file a public prosecution against Luo Zhaolan in court. Because according to Huaxiao law, a case like attempted murder can only be prosecuted by the prosecutors. You can't go to court to file a lawsuit yourself. Gu Nianji understood all of what He Jichu had said. This was also why she had first thought of He Jichu and wanted to discuss the case with him. Gu Nianji let out a sigh and leaned back on the sofa. She let out a long sigh and said, I know, so I want to discuss it with you to see if I can prove that Luo Zhaolan did indeed attempt to commit murder. That won't be easy. He Jichu handed her folder back. Do you still remember what the professor taught you in criminal law class? If you want to prove intentional murder, what evidence and arguments do you need? Gu Nianji counted with her fingers. First, we need to determine that she had a subjective motive for intentional murder. Second, we need to prove that she had the objective conditions to commit intentional murder. Third, we need to prove that she had committed intentional murder, and that she knew that the direct result of this action would be the death of the plaintiff. Each of these would not be easy to prove for what Luo Zhaolan had done to Song Jinning in the past. He Jichu nodded and said expressionlessly, first, we need to prove that she had a subjective motive for intentional murder of Song Jinning. How do you think we can prove it? Gu Nianji was speechless. Also, why are you suing Luo Zhaolan? It's a thankless task. Tell me, do you have any reason to sue her? He Jichu could tell at a glance that Gu Nianji must have a reason, so he asked. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1286. Moi, everyone. The next third watch will be 1,200 monthly votes. Good luck, everyone. Chapter 1297. Was there a reason to sue Luo Zhaolan for intentional homicide? Of course there was. But how could she tell He Jichu this reason? He was her master's tutor-in-law, a person who was very serious about his profession. If he knew her deeper reason, would he despise her? Would he be very disappointed in her? Gu Nianji didn't dare to speak. He Jichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes were devoid of any emotion. He calmly watched the change in Gu Nianji's expression, and his heart sunk. It seemed that this girl didn't want to tell him the truth. He Jichu actually didn't have any special requirements for Gu Nianji. She could not love him or even respect him, but she couldn't lie to him. That was his bottom line. He Jichu hated being lied to the most. However, Gu Nianji kept her mouth shut like a small clamshell. Her eyes flickered, and she wished she could sew her mouth shut with a needle. He Jichu lowered his eyes, crossed his legs, and picked up his teacup. He lifted the lid of the teacup and took a sip of the Longjing tea that was as expensive as gold. The sweet fragrance of the tea flowed between his lips and teeth, and He Jichu's mood completely calmed down. He Jichu was actually very familiar with Gu Nianji's personality. She had never changed since she was young. This little girl was born to be soft but not soft. He could only go along with her. He couldn't goad her, and of course, he couldn't scold her until she was black and blue. That would only arouse her rebellious mentality and make her completely uncooperative. He Jichu's eyes darted around, and he had an idea in his mind. He put down the iced jade porcelain teacup that was painted with ink landscapes and found a breakthrough point. He asked leisurely. By the way, isn't her name Hua Jialan? Why is it Luo Jialan now? Gu Nianji composed herself. She could tell him the reason. Because her mother's surname is Luo, and she's not the biological daughter of the Hua family's uncle, so she moved out of the Hua family's household registration and changed her surname. He Jichu immediately grasped the key point. Since she changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration, legally speaking, she has nothing to do with the Hua family. Even if you marry Hua Xiaoheng in the future and become the young madam of the Hua family, Luo Jialan won't affect you in any way. Why do you still want to sue her? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She hadn't expected that He Jichu would be able to uncover the truth of the matter with just one sentence from her. Gu Nianji was a little flustered and quickly said, she only changed her surname. Although she moved out of the Hua family's household registration, she didn't move away. She still stayed with the Hua family and took care of grandfather Hua. He Jichu looked at her intently. You're saying that she changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration on the surface, right? Gu Nianji, it was over. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Was it too late to shut up now? Gu Nianji's large eyes blinked, and her long eyelashes fluttered like 2 rows of small fans. In He Jichu's eyes, this was clearly a guilty conscience. He Jichu averted his gaze and looked out the window at the beautiful lush scenery of the West Mountains in early summer. He calmly continued his reasoning. Why did Luo Jialan change her surname and household registration, but still continue to live in the Hua family? If she's not doing it for the sake of it, then she has other motives. Gu Nianji's pupils constricted in an instant, and the light in her eyes gathered into an astonishingly bright spot. He Jichu happened to turn his head, and his gaze swept across Gu Nianji's face. He didn't miss the change in her expression. After some thought, He Jichu felt that he might have understood. Then she must have other motives. She changed her surname and moved out of the household registration to obtain greater benefits. He Jichu wouldn't think that Luo Jialan had suddenly found her conscience and was too embarrassed to continue being a member of the Hua family. So what benefit was better than the fact that her surname was Hua and she was the only daughter of the Hua family's eldest uncle? All the smoke bombs and smoke screens were no longer effective. He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji quietly and understood why she had to sue Luo Jialan for the felony of intentional homicide, instead of domestic violence or mental abuse. Because Luo Jialan had touched Gu Nianji's sore spot, and everyone around Gu Nianji probably knew that it was Hua Xiaoheng. He Jichu's voice became even colder. Did she want to marry Hua Xiaoheng? So she changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration to advance by retreating, right? Gu Nianji clenched her fists and became excited. Yes, you're right. Luo Zhelan changed her surname and moved out of the household registration just to use grandfather Hua's position as an elder to forcefully marry Major General Hua. As she said this, the grievance in her heart also rose. Gu Nianji's eyes were red, and she held back her tears as she turned her head away. I've worked so hard, done so many things, and achieved so many results, but in Grandfather Hua and General Hua's hearts, I'm still not as good as Luo Zhelan, who has lived with them for many years. They would rather Luo Zhelan marry Major General Hua than accept me. Why do they still look down on me? This kind of inferiority, hidden in the depths of her heart, seemed to only be able to vent it in front of Yi Zhichu without any scruples. In front of Hua Xiaoheng, in front of Song Jining, in front of Yin Shixiang, and even in front of Ma Qiqi, Gu Nianji had a, I don't care at all, look on her face. Although she knew very well that this kind of inferiority was actually unreasonable, she was only 19 years old. It was the age where she was very sensitive to the opinions of outsiders, but she pretended not to care. It was inevitable that her emotions would go back and forth. He Zhichu looked at her fixedly. After a while, he got up and walked to the sofa opposite him. He sat down beside Gu Nianji. He hesitated with one hand, but in the end, he placed it on Gu Nianji's shoulder. With the other hand, he took a tissue from the coffee table and wiped Gu Nianji's tears. He Zhichu didn't try to persuade her. He just sat beside her and waited for her to cry enough before saying coldly, then do you still want to marry Hua Xiaoheng? If you don't, I can propose to you right away. Gu Nianji. She raised her head and looked at He Zhichu in shock. She shouted in a low voice, Professor He. Now is not the time to make such a joke. If he said something similar again, Gu Nianji was sure she would immediately run away. He Zhichu curled the corners of his lips and smiled faintly. Are you feeling better? What's that saying again? The man you choose, you will marry him even if you cry. That's how you are right now. Gu Nianji finally laughed. There were still tears in her eyes, but her smile was already rippling through the tears. Professor He, you also read this kind of joke on the internet? Gu Nianji wiped away her tears with a tissue. She still felt uncomfortable. Professor He, can I use your bathroom to wash my face? He Zhichu nodded and said nonchalantly, there are 2 bathrooms on the first floor, and each guest room and master bedroom has a bathroom on the second floor. There's a bathroom in the game room on the 3rd floor. Which one do you want to use? Gu Nianji was speechless. This person was addicted to showing off his wealth. Gu Nianji stood up expressionlessly. I'll go to the nearest bathroom. She went to the bathroom on the 1st floor near the living room. She pushed the door open and went in. The place was decorated very elegantly. On the white marble washstand was a long neck and thin waist peacock blue vase with an orchid stuck diagonally in it. There were small mahogany brackets propped up on the wall. On them were facial cleansers, toothbrushes, toothpaste, face cream, and hand cream. Gu Nianji immediately noticed that the facial cleanser, toothbrush, toothpaste, face cream, and hand cream were all brands she was used to using. The unfamiliarity she had felt earlier instantly disappeared. This place made her feel warm and comfortable, like she had returned to her own home. Gu Nianji calmed down and carefully washed her face. She put on a simple layer of face cream before coming out. She was still young, so her fair cheeks were full of collagen and didn't need any makeup. They were naturally beautiful. He Zhichu was still sitting in the same position as before. He hadn't even moved his posture. He supported his head with one hand and rested the other on the back of the sofa. He waved at Gu Nianji. Come and sit. Gu Nianji sat down on the other end of the sofa. It's not a big deal. It's worth crying over. He Ji-chu scolded her lightly. If you want to cry in the future, come here and cry. If you cry in front of outsiders and embarrass me, I'll break your legs. Although his words were harsh, his tone was doting and intimate. It was as natural and sincere as a big brother to a little sister. Gu Nianji liked this feeling of being like family very much. She quietly sat closer to He Ji-chu and muttered, Professor He, I won't do it again. I won't cry again. Do you believe that yourself? He Ji-chu sneered and pointed at the box of tissues on the coffee table that Gu Nianji had used halfway. I don't believe it myself. Gu Nianji smiled through her tears and tilted her head. But why doesn't Professor He believe it? A leopard can't change its spots. You've been a crybaby since you were young. How could I not know you? He Ji-chu said casually, then shut his mouth. Gu Nianji quickly moved another step and sat next to He Ji-chu. She quietly tugged at the corner of his shirt. Professor He, you know about my childhood, right? Can you tell me about it? He Ji-chu looked away uncomfortably and firmly pushed Gu Nianji's hand away. He calmly changed the topic. I've forgotten all about it. Let's talk about Luo Zhelan's case. I don't object to you charging her with intentional homicide, but do you have any concrete evidence? Intentional homicide was a criminal felony. It required a detailed chain of evidence, sufficient subjective conditions, and rigorous logical support. All three were indispensable. The chain of evidence included witnesses and physical evidence. This was also the most important condition for a successful case to be filed for intentional homicide. Gu Nianji forcibly pulled her thoughts back from her lost childhood and focused her attention on Luo Zhelan's case. She was no longer smiling mischievously, nor was she sentimental. Her entire aura had suddenly changed. She was sharp, magnanimous, calm, and intelligent. She was like a famous sword that was being sharpened. The 3 feet of frost concealed its sharpness. She was just waiting for the moment when the sharp sword was unsheathed and illuminated the sky. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1287, Gu Nianji's Reverse Scale. Today was tentatively scheduled for 2 updates. The second update would be at 8:00 in the evening. If the monthly ticket for the evening reached 1,200, the third update would be sent after the second update. P.S. Thank you to Ashith Irma for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1298. Gu Nianji carefully recalled the first time she came to the Huo residence in the military compound at the end of the year before last. At that time, Luo Zhelan was still called Huo Zhelan. She was the good daughter of the Huo family and a good housekeeper. Song Jining had been insane for more than a decade, and the Huo family's grandmother had passed away. Huo Guanchen hadn't found another wife, and grandfather Huo's head nurse, Zhang Feng, had an ambiguous identity. Therefore, she was the only woman in charge of the Huo family. Song Jining was completely taken care of by her 2 housekeepers, Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu. Gu Nianji frowned slightly and said. After Ms. Song's condition was exposed, Luo Zhelan wailed, pointed at Ms. Song, and shouted at me. She said, I won't let you take her. You're not allowed to take that slut away. Do you know that my mother committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills because of her? What right did she have to pretend to be crazy after doing all those shameless things? Wasn't she crazy? Did he lose his memory? I'll make her crazy for a lifetime. Amnesia for a lifetime. Apologize to my mother. Can these words be used as her subjective motive for intentional murder? Gu Nianji continued, at that time, there were also 2 housekeepers who took care of Ms. Song, Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu. These 2 must know more about the truth. He Ji-chu's expression didn't change as he pointed out professionally, just based on this sentence alone, it's intentional injury, at most, not intentional homicide. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. The difference between intentional injury and intentional homicide is still in the defendant's subjective consciousness. If she knew that her actions would cause the other party to lose his life, she would have killed him on purpose. If she knew that her actions would only cause the other party a certain amount of harm, then it would be intentional harm. We just need to prove that her actions will kill Miss Song, and not just hurt her. Well, that's a good starting point, but how can you prove that the direct result of her actions was Miss Song's death? After all, Miss Song did not die. She had been ill for more than 10 years and was cured. He Jichu's words are always so logical and to the point. Gu Nianji was greatly inspired to discuss the case with a senior professional like He Jichu. Following this train of thought, she continued, the direct result of Luo Zhelan's actions will cause Miss Song's death, but whether Miss Song is really dead or not is different. Just because Miss Song is not dead, we can't completely rule out her motive and possibility of intentional homicide. He Jichu smiled and nodded. That's interesting. Continue. I will collect information to prove that Luo Zhelan's care for Miss Song all these years was not to help her recover, but to kill her with a soft knife. Her real purpose was to kill her. Gu Nianji still remembered the cramped and low bedroom on the top floor of the Hua Manor. Song Jining had lived in that kind of oppressive environment for more than a decade. For a woman whose brain had suffered serious physical trauma and stimulation, and whose mind had completely collapsed, this environment was definitely one disaster after another. It was impossible for it to be really for her psychological treatment. He Jichu took out his phone and made a few notes on the memo. He asked, okay, even if the motive is established, what about the physical evidence and witnesses? I'll ask Major General Huo for the physical evidence. The most important witnesses are Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu. They've been taking care of Ms. Song for many years. Yes, Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu are the key. If we use them well, they'll be very important witnesses. However, if we don't use them well and there's a lack of physical evidence, your accusation won't be established. He Jichu checked the gaps in Gu Nianji's thoughts and quickly came up with a complete plan for her. If they followed this procedure, there would at least be no problem with the police and prosecutors. They could successfully file a case and file a public prosecution. You have to be careful. The prosecutor in this kind of case is the prosecution. You have to follow the legal procedures very strictly and not let Hua Xiaoheng interfere. Once he makes a move, I believe that Luo Zhelan's lawyer won't let this go. He'll attack you for abusing your power for personal gain and using your power to bully others. Hua Xiaoheng was in a high position of power, and the victim was his biological mother. If he said something, the prosecutors wouldn't ignore it. It was even possible that they would immediately file a case for prosecution. But in the modern internet society, where the wind blows without wind, such an approach was too stupid. If the other party seized on their weakness and used it to incite the negative emotions of netizens to cause trouble, they would become unreasonable even if they were in the right. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng had to stay out of the matter. Other than providing Gu Nianji with the evidence in his hands, he couldn't interfere in anything else. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully and smiled. She said, we won't do anything against the law, but I won't pretend that Major General Hua has nothing to do with this just to avoid suspicion. After all, she was his mother. If he really stayed out of the matter, those people would also attack him for being inhumane. If they want to start a cyber war against me, the cyber children will teach them a lesson. He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji's sly and fearless expression, and his emotions were very complicated. He wanted to see Gu Nianji in high spirits and moving forward bravely, but she was like this because of another man. He Jichu felt very upset. The two of them discussed for the whole morning. He Jichu looked at his watch and said, are you hungry? I'll go cook. Gu Nianji was surprised. Professor, he knows how to cook. Didn't he always order takeout and drink red wine? He Jichu, it's just cooking. How hard can it be? He had secretly read a lot of tutorials online and had wanted to try it for a long time. Hijichu's expression was a little ugly. He stood up from the sofa. Wait here. He strode to the kitchen on the first floor. How could Gu Nianji just wait here? She had to admire Hijichu's cooking. Gu Nianji smiled and stood up to follow Hijichu to the kitchen. She walked backwards beside Hijichu and carefully observed his expression. She asked with a smile, "What does Professor He want to cook?" "Egg fried rice." Hijichu didn't even look at Gu Nianji and said, "Don't follow me. How am I going to cook if you come in?" His shimmering almond-shaped eyes glared at Gu Nianji and stopped her outside the kitchen. Gu Nianji saw that Hijichu insisted on not letting her enter the kitchen, so she thought about it and didn't insist. She stopped at the kitchen door and turned around. "Then I won't go in. Good luck, Professor He." Hijichu, Gu Nianji returned to the living room and sat down. She took out her phone to look at the workflow Hijichu had prepared for her. She had to admit that Hijichu's plan was very rigorous and complemented her own plan very well. She was so focused on her work in the living room that she forgot the time. When her stomach began to growl, Gu Nianji turned to look at her watch. It was amazing. It had been almost an hour and a half since Hijichu had entered the kitchen. What kind of egg fried rice took an hour and a half to cook? Was it a luxurious Manchu Han imperial feast with egg fried rice? Gu Nianji couldn't suppress her curiosity. She put it away and tiptoed to the kitchen door to peep. Just then, the ear-piercing alarm of the smoke detector rang throughout the entire villa. Beep! 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 It was as if police cars and ambulances with sirens on the streets had all rushed to the villa. Gu Nianji felt like her ears were about to go deaf. She panicked and quickly ran to the kitchen. Before she reached the door, she was shocked by the thick smoke coming from the kitchen. Professor He! Professor He! Gu Nianji rushed into the thick smoke and saw Hijichu holding a spatula and wearing a gray apron. He stood in front of the induction cooker in a hurry. Gu Nianji dragged him away and hurriedly glanced into the pot. What were those black blobs? What happened to the egg fried rice? This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1288, The Crisis Caused by a Meal of Egg Fried Rice. Dear friends, it will be midnight tomorrow. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1299. Before Gu Nianji could ask for more details, the automatic sprinkler system connected to the smoke alarm sprang to life. Splash! Water sprayed out like a waterfall from the sprinklers installed on the roof, drenching Gu Nianji and Hijichu like drowned rats. The kitchen, which had been exquisite and beautiful just a moment ago, instantly became the scene of a raining fire. The automatic sprinkler system quickly dispersed the thick smoke in the kitchen. The water gradually subsided, and Hijichu protected Gu Nianji as they rushed out of the kitchen. The two of them looked at each other at the kitchen door, then burst out laughing in unison. Hijichu's smile was still very restrained, but the corners of his lips curled up, and his cold expression softened slightly. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, laughed without restraint. She clutched her stomach and couldn't even stand properly. Hijichu couldn't take it anymore when she laughed like that. He grabbed her arm and scolded her in a low voice. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and go wash and change your clothes. Take a look at yourself. Hijichu finished speaking and looked away uncomfortably. Gu Nianji's laughter stopped abruptly. She looked down and saw that the light pink silk blend cardigan she was wearing today was already soaked and stuck to her body, outlining the curves of her breasts. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and ran to the bathroom with her head down. Hijichu rubbed his forehead and called out to her, "Go to the guest room opposite the master bedroom on the second floor. It's prepared for you. There are clothes for you to change into." Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks. She couldn't just wear it like that, so she turned and ran up the spiral staircase to the second floor. The long hallway on the second floor was quiet and serene. There was a window at the end of the hallway, and a lamp hung in the hexagonal window. The paper lampshade in the shape of a full moon hung in the air, giving off a sense of isolation. Gu Nianji glanced at the lampshade and casually opened the door opposite the master bedroom. The room was very large, and also a small suite. There was a small living room and living room outside, and a small entryway on the right. A paper door blocked the other end of the entryway. Gu Nianji opened the paper door and found the bedroom inside. Thank goodness this wasn't the little pink princess room. The decoration of the room was simple but elegant. It was mainly beige with light yellow accents. On the bed, there was a blanket with a yellow duck embroidered on it. The blanket didn't look big, but Gu Nianji found it unexpectedly familiar. But she didn't have time to think and rushed into the bathroom in the bedroom. The toiletries inside were also brands she was used to using, including the snow-white towel on the cabinet. It was also made of Egyptian cotton flannel, which was very soft and absorbent. She undressed, turned on the water, and took a quick shower. Wrapped in a towel, she came out and carefully examined the bedroom again. The tall four-poster bed was neatly laid out with beige striped sheets. There was a big soft pillow on the bed and two light yellow pillows embroidered with little yellow ducks. Gu Nianji walked over like she was possessed and touched the little yellow duck embroidered on the pillow. This little yellow duck wasn't much different from the little yellow ducks sold in the market, but its eyes were especially big, which made it look especially lively. She picked up the blanket with the little yellow duck embroidered on it and looked at it. The blanket was soft to the touch and should have been woven from the finest fine cashmere. It was very difficult to embroider on this kind of blanket, and the cashmere flying silk of the blanket would be damaged if one wasn't careful. But this little yellow duck was very skillfully embroidered. The stitches were dense, and it was obvious that it had many years of embroidery skills. But it was a waste to use such excellent embroidery skills to embroider a simple and unassuming little yellow duck that didn't have any special features. Gu Nianji cursed silently, but she couldn't help hugging the blanket and rubbing it on her face. It was like the blanket that a child would hug when they were young. Gu Nianji reluctantly put down the blanket and walked into the bedroom's closet to pick out clothes to wear. She could tell that He Jichu had really put a lot of thought into decorating the room here. The four walls were filled with log wardrobes and shoe racks with clothes and shoes for spring, summer, and autumn. There was also a long wardrobe in the middle of the closet that was half the height of a person. Opening the drawers of the wardrobe, she saw underwear, scarves, belts, and other private clothes and accessories. There was also a drawer with a lock that Gu Nianji didn't touch. Blushing, she took out a set of underwear and went to the summer wardrobe to pick out the simplest set of black t-shirts and light blue skinny jeans. Her legs were long, and the jeans only reached a little above her ankles. So she picked out a pair of Isabelle Marant shoes. That was the brand she was used to. Hua Xiaoheng bought her casual shoes from this brand most of the time. When she finished packing and came down the stairs, she found that He Jichu had already changed and was standing at the bottom of the stairs. This was the brand she was used to. Hua Xiaoheng bought her casual shoes from this brand most of the time. There were people coming and going in the room. Gu Nianji raised a brow. When she came earlier, she didn't see anyone else here. Hearing someone coming downstairs, He Jichu turned around to look. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed slightly, but he quickly frowned and said dryly, "Is it suitable?" "It's okay." Gu Nianji walked down. "It's just that the pants are a little short." He Jichu was speechless. "Don't you wear this size?" He Jichu remembered the size of Gu Nianji's clothes. "I used to, but now I've grown taller." Gu Nianji stretched out her long legs and kicked in the air. He Jichu was speechless. "What are you so proud of?" He Jichu looked away and crossed his arms. He said coldly, "What's the use of growing taller? Go cook if you can." Gu Nianji was speechless. This was an unspeakable weight in their lives. Hijichu didn't know how to cook, and coincidentally, neither did Gunyenji. Their talents didn't seem to light up the skill of cooking. Gunyenji laughed. Professor He, we're both incompetent cooks. Why do we have to hurt each other? Come, it's my treat. What does Professor He want to eat? As long as it's not the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, I can afford it. The Manchuhan Imperial Feast only costs 40,000 to 50,000 renminbi. You can't afford it. Hijichu glanced at her. Leave your watch there. You can eat dozens of meals. Gunyenji covered her watch and shook her head. That won't do. This is my priceless treasure. Even if I don't have food to eat, I won't pawn it. Are you stupid? You don't even have food to eat. What's a watch? Hijichu rubbed her head. You didn't blow dry your hair. It's getting hot. It'll dry in a while. I've already rubbed it until it's half dry. Gunyenji pointed at the people coming and going between the kitchen and the living room. Are you here to clean up the kitchen? Yes, the kitchen needs to be renovated. Hijichu said without changing his expression. That was the scene of his failure. He needed to destroy the evidence and not let others see it. Gunyenji instantly understood Hijichu's intentions. She laughed to herself and twirled the car keys in her hand. Professor He, take my car. Let's go down the mountain to eat, okay? If she hadn't come today, she would bet 10 renminbi that Hijichu would have gone to bed after drinking red wine. Hijichu walked a few steps forward. Then you'll drive me back. Of course. I'll pay for everything. Professor He, you can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor today. Gunyenji giggled as she walked to the door. They went to the garage to get the car. Gunyenji and Hijichu drove down the mountain to eat. They didn't go far. The West Mountain Villa District's facilities were very complete. The people who lived here were either rich or respectable. There were restaurants, shopping, fitness, and other entertainment facilities. Hijichu pointed the way and said, let's go to that Lahuta restaurant. It's a Cantonese restaurant. The seafood is very authentic. Gunyenji, who was hungry, felt like she was about to drool when she heard this. Then we must try it later. Why didn't you tell us earlier that there was such a good place? Do they deliver food? Otherwise, we could order takeout. Gunyenji deliberately glanced at Hijichu and sighed. Hijichu looked ahead expressionlessly and said indifferently. Eat your food. Stop talking so much. Gunyenji, she smiled as she drove the car into the parking lot and went to the entrance of the Lahuta restaurant with Hijichu. There was a pair of red couplets with black characters on the door. There are great scholars who talk and laugh, and there are no commoners who come and go. Gunyenji, this restaurant was really arrogant. Hijichu's expression was indifferent as he showed his membership card to the uniformed guard. Only then did Gunyenji know that this place adopted a membership system. Only members could come in and eat. Hijichu's membership card was the highest-end platinum card. As soon as he showed his membership card, the restaurant manager immediately came over to personally serve him and Gunyenji. Same old place, Hijichu said indifferently. 2 people. Serve the dishes as soon as possible. The manager's eyes flashed, but he didn't dare to refuse. He smiled and said, come with me. There are a little more people today, so please order first. Actually, Mr. He, why did you come here personally? Just give us a call and we'll send it up for you. Hijichu nodded and his expression relaxed slightly. Next time. Give us the menu and tell the kitchen to hurry up. He could tell that Gunyenji was already very hungry. As soon as she entered the restaurant, her eyes almost glowed when she saw the delicious dishes on the diners' tables. The restaurant manager called the waiter over to help them order and rushed out to make a phone call. He said to the person on the other end of the phone, "I'm sorry, Miss Kai. There are no private rooms left today. Would you like to eat in the lobby? I'll leave you the best place in the lobby. It's by the window. I'll get someone to separate it with a screen. It's better than a private room. It's bright and you can also see the scenery outside the window." The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be a little impatient. After discussing with someone for a while, she complained, "Didn't you say there were private rooms? I have something to discuss with my friend and have already walked to your restaurant's entrance. You said there were no private rooms left. Aren't you messing with me?" "Miss Kai, I'm not messing with you. I also said that there was only one private room left. That was reserved for our platinum customers. No matter when, as long as he needs it, we have to give it to him. I thought he wouldn't come today, but unfortunately, he just brought someone here for dinner and entered the private room, so I'll have to trouble you," the restaurant manager said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Who didn't have a high status and wealth when they came to eat here? Didn't they see what was written on their door? There are great scholars who talk and laugh, and there are no commoners who come and go. In fact, it should be, there are great merchants who talk and laugh, and there are no commoners who come and go. This is today's first update, chapter 1289, there are great merchants who talk and laugh. Today we'll continue with the third update. At 1 p.m., the monthly ticket will be 1,200 plus updates, and the third update will be at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Lavender Vendor Mimi for becoming the 26th Chief of Hello Major General. Mwah. Thank you to Momo Moshi for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1300. Kai Xingnan was in a dilemma at the entrance of Lahuda restaurant. Her expression was very ugly. Luo Jilan, who was dressed in Chanel's new summer fashion, quickly said, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the private room?" The restaurant manager said that the owner of the private room is here, so we can only eat in the lobby. Kai Xingnan pursed her lips and put away her phone. "Why don't we eat somewhere else?" Luo Jilan and Kai Xingnan were both members here, but Kai Xingnan's villa was on Xiatangshan in the north, while Luo Jilan's villa was here. The place was not bad. In terms of land price, the villas in the West Mountain were priceless. That was because the houses here could not be bought with money. They were considered super first-rate. On the other hand, Little Tongshan was a medium-sized villa group. It could only be considered as a second-tier villa in the capital. However, Kai Xingnan was different. She had returned from the United States, and the house in the imperial capital had been temporarily purchased by her father, Kai Sumin. Because of the tight schedule, her aunt, Kai Songyin, couldn't find a house to buy in the West Mountain Villa. Moreover, they didn't want to attract attention at that time, so they bought the Xiatangshan Villa, which was more crowded. However, she was still willing to come to Lahuda restaurant to eat and talk. If she didn't live here, it would have been difficult for her to get a membership card. However, at that time, her aunt, Kai Songyin, was the prime minister's wife, and her uncle, Tan Dongbang, was the prime minister. Therefore, she used Kai Songyin's connections to get her own membership card at Lahuda restaurant. Of course, it was only the most ordinary level of membership card, not the highest level of platinum membership card. This meant that there might not be a private room for them to eat here. Luo Jilan didn't want to run around. This place was relatively close to her villa and could be reached by walking. She really did not want to drive out again. "It's okay. Why don't we stay in the lobby?" Actually, the design of the lobby here is also very unique. Luo Jilan walked in first. The restaurant manager asked two foremen to invite them to two seats by the window. "What do you think of this seat?" Kai Xingnan took a closer look and asked the two foremen, "Which private room did we originally reserve?" The two foremen pointed to a small private room not far away and said, "Right there." "I'm sorry, but the owner of that place is here. We can't just make arrangements." "It's nothing, I'm just asking." "I haven't been to this private room before," Kai Xingnan said with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on the door of the private room. Two foremen brought over a screen and placed it next to the small table. Behind them was a huge basin of water dripping guanine. The water was gurgling, and the music was faintly discernible. It was actually very comfortable, and it also guaranteed enough privacy. Luo Jialan and Kai Xingnan laughed together. "Here it is." The two nodded to the head waiter. "Give us the menu." While the two of them were ordering, Kai Xingnan's phone rang. She took it and looked at it. It was actually a call from her father, Kai Sumin. At this time, it was midnight in the United States. Why would he call at this time? Kai Xingnan quickly answered the phone. "Daddy, you're still up so late." Kai Sumin's voice was very hoarse, but he was very energetic. "Xingnan, have you seen the Japanese news?" "No, why? Is there anything worth seeing?" Kai Xingnan looked at the menu while chatting with her father. "You don't pay any attention to the case of the Angel in the World Foundation." Kai Sumin's face darkened. "Xingnan, although you've returned to the country, you can't abandon your profession. You have to always maintain a strong desire for knowledge in your profession." "Got it, Daddy." "Why are you so serious? You should go to bed early." "I'll go watch the news." As Kai Xingnan spoke, she searched for the case of the Angel in the World Foundation on the internet and clicked on it. It turned out that today was supposed to be the day the verdict was pronounced. However, the news that the highest judge in charge of the case had suddenly died at home was all over the news that the highest judge in charge of the case had suddenly died at home. He Jichu and Gu Nianji sat in the private room of the Lahuta restaurant and chatted. The dishes they ordered were delivered very quickly. 2 steamed lobsters, a plate of steamed grouper, 2 cups of royal bird's nest, salt and pepper shrimp, and steamed ribs with black bean sauce. For the vegetarian dishes, they ordered a stewed bamboo shoots with apricot mushrooms and fresh celery with scallops. Gu Nianji ate the steamed lobster first. The lobster meat was fresh, sweet, delicious, and juicy. It was no worse than the lobster they had eaten in Cape Town, South Africa. He Jichu smiled faintly as he watched her eat happily. He scooped a small bowl of royal bird's nest from the stew pot and placed it in front of her. Gu Nianji didn't even look up as she thanked him. She focused on torturing the lobster. He Jichu had just taken a few bites of the steamed grouper when he felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and saw that it was actually a call from Smith. Smith was his subordinate at the American law firm, and he was also a member of the main law firm representing Gu Nianji in the lawsuit in Japan. A call at this time should mean that the results of the case were out. He Jichu curled his lips, his fingers moving slightly as he unlocked his phone. As soon as the call connected, Smith's mournful voice came through. "Mr. He, something happened." He Jichu stood up and said calmly to Gu Nianji, "I have something to do. I'll go out and take a call." Gu Nianji nodded. "Professor He, please go ahead." He Jichu quickly walked out of the private room with his phone in hand. Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan had just finished ordering. Luo Jialan was sitting with her back to He Jichu's private room, while Kai Xingnan was sitting diagonally across from the private room. He Jichu pushed the door open and walked out of the private room. Kai Xingnan saw him at a glance. Wasn't that He Jichu? Kai Xingnan's expression turned cold. Could this private room belong to He Jichu? That couldn't be. In this arrogant restaurant, the people who could reserve a private room were definitely not ordinary people. Not only did they have money, but they also had power. Even her uncle and aunt, who were the former prime minister, couldn't help her father buy a villa in the West Hills. What did He Jichu have to do? He Jichu must have come to eat with a friend. This private room must have been reserved by his friend. She wondered what kind of friends a person like He Jichu would have. Kai Xingnan was eager to win. When He Jichu walked through the corridor and walked towards the entrance of the restaurant, Kai Xingnan quietly stood up. Under the cover of the huge dripping guanyin beside her, Kai Xingnan quietly stood up and quickly walked towards the private room He Jichu had come out of. When she reached the door of the private room, she saw that it wasn't locked. It was just ajar. Kai Xingnan looked in through the crack in the door and saw the silhouette of a young woman with a ponytail. She was wearing a black t-shirt and light blue skinny jeans. Her two slender, straight legs were crossed. She saw the shoes on her feet. It was Isabelle Marant. A pair of simple white flat-heeled shoes was worth at least $3,000. Kai Xingnan's eyes were burning with desire. Her gaze moved up the woman's shoes inch by inch. At that moment, the woman inside suddenly turned her head. Kai Xingnan clearly saw her face. It was actually Gu Nianji. This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket was 1,200 plus updates, chapter 1290, looking down on people. At 8 p.m., the third update. Moi, everyone. Chapter 1301. At that moment, Kai Xingnan's face was as dark as her mood, and there was even a moment of ferocity. It was anger, unwillingness, and jealousy that came from having the fruits of her years of hard work taken away. However, her expression quickly calmed down. Although her emotions were still fluctuating, there was nothing unusual on the surface. It seemed that this reserved private room should be Hua Xiaoheng's. Kai Xingnan made this judgment immediately. That was more like it. He Jichu was indeed powerful in the United States. He was well respected in both the political and military circles, but in Huaxia, as far as Kai Xingnan knew, his hands didn't extend to the political and military circles. The platinum membership card of the Lehutu restaurant couldn't be obtained without a certain level of political status and rank. Therefore, Kai Xingnan thought that Gu Nianji had used Hua Xiaoheng's name to ask for the private room. She was good at abusing her power for personal gain. Kai Xingnan thought about it and couldn't help taking out her phone to secretly take a picture of the private room. At that moment, a hand reached out and took the phone from Kai Xingnan's hand. "Miss, we don't allow photos here. Violators will be fined 100,000 yuan, a man in a security uniform said politely, but his actions were very fast. Kai Xingnan was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red. She immediately whispered, "Thank you for the reminder, I didn't know. I just admired the decoration and furnishings of this private room, and I didn't take any pictures. Can you return my phone to me?" The security guard was very cautious and said, "The photos have to be checked. Show me the photos taken in the past hour to make sure there are no photos of us here." Kai Xingnan took the phone and opened the photo album with a sullen face to show the security guard. She said, "Look, I haven't taken any photos in the past hour." The security guard confirmed that the most recent photo was taken 3 days ago before nodding to her. "Thank you for your cooperation." He bowed to her, turned around, and left. Kai Xingnan stared at the security guard's back and cursed him for being a busybody. She was about to turn around and leave when the door of the private room in front of her was pulled open. Gu Nianji stood quietly at the door and looked at her with a faint smile. "Isn't this Miss Kai? What are you doing in front of our private room?" "Taking pictures." Why are you secretly taking pictures of me?" "Miss Gu, I haven't congratulated you on your engagement with Major General Hua. The entire world is watching the grand engagement ceremony. You're really lucky." As soon as Kai Xingnan saw Gu Nianji, she immediately suppressed the impatience in her heart and wished her well with a smile. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Kai Xingnan felt that Gu Nianji would definitely not make things difficult for her since she had lowered herself so much. Unfortunately, she was wrong. To Gu Nianji, the only thing that mattered was whether she wanted to make things difficult for you, not whether she could make things difficult for you. Gu Nianji smiled and looked Kai Xingnan up and down. It had to be said that Kai Xingnan's figure was indeed not bad. She was wearing a smoky gray Issey Miyake business suit that accentuated her curves. She was a little burly, but compared to Americans, she could be said to be slim. She was at least a third wider than Gu Nianji, so she looked very impressive blocking the door. "Is this how you congratulate me?" Gu Nianji looked up at the camera on the top of her private room's door. "Secretly filming me from the crack of the door. I've never seen or heard of such a congratulatory mode." Only then did Kai Xingnan realize that there was a camera at the door of the private room. No wonder the security guard had arrived so quickly. It turned out that everything here was being monitored. Kai Xingnan's face alternated between red and white. She had never seen Gu Nianji rebuke her like this before. She had thought that Gu Nianji wouldn't be so disrespectful in public. In the end, she had overestimated Gu Nianji's upbringing and underestimated how shameless she could be. "Miss Gu, forgive and forget. If you're so aggressive, you'll only tarnish Major General Hua's reputation." Kai Xingnan seemed to have found the moral high ground, and the indignation in her heart completely calmed down. "Besides, you're already going to marry Major General Hua. You won't take it too hard and let others know how you're using Major General Hua's power to do whatever you want outside, right?" Kai Xingnan knew that the more powerful a person was, the more they cared about their reputation and were very strict with their family. They wouldn't be like the families of those superficial, low-level bureaucrats who couldn't wait to engrave the words, "My father is Li Gang," on their foreheads. "Miss Kai, you're also a well-known figure in the legal world, and you're also a partner of the second-largest law firm in the United States. I really didn't expect you to say something like that." Gu Nianji shook her head, the disdain on her face evident. Kai Xingnan sneered. "Miss Gu, I'm really sorry. I've always said different things to different people. To people like you, I can only say things that you understand. As for the legal jargon, do you really understand it? You graduated from B University with a master's degree in law at the age of 19. Don't think I don't know how you got your degree." Kai Xingnan had always thought that she was a genius enough, but compared to Gu Nianji's resume, she was still nothing. She had originally disdained to compare herself to Gu Nianji, but Gu Nianji was actually engaged to Hua Xiaoheng. This made her feel unbalanced no matter what. I don't understand Miss Kai's legal jargon." Gu Nianji emphasized the words "Miss Kai." "I only understand legal jargon that everyone agrees with." She was mocking Kai Xingnan for self-created laws. What's the use of having a glib tongue? Kai Xingnan looked at Gu Nianji with almost pity in her eyes. "Since we've met here today, I'll remind you in advance. You're already Major General Hua's fiancé. If I were you, I would definitely stop while I'm ahead. Don't be so ruthless towards others. After all, she's already left the Hua family and is no longer a part of the Hua family. She won't affect you anymore. Why must you make things difficult for her?" Gu Nianji crossed her arms, and her expression turned cold. "Miss Kai, who are you speaking for? I don't understand. The matter between me and the Hua family is our family matter. It's not up to an outsider like you to interfere. Who gave you the authority? Who gave you the guts? Ignorance? Or rudeness?" Gu Nianji's words completely aroused Kai Xingnan's anger and competitiveness. She had been hesitant to be Luo Zhelan's legal representative and was still evaluating it. However, when she saw that Gu Nianji didn't care about friendship at all and didn't know how to compromise or back down, she immediately concluded that Gu Nianji wasn't suitable for Hua Xiaoheng and the others. She didn't know her place after getting engaged. How confident was she in herself? Not to mention just getting engaged, they could even get a divorce after getting married. Kai Xingnan almost laughed out loud at the thought of this. Miss Gu, I really underestimated you in the past. You're so glib with your words. You're like a quarreling auntie in the market. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Kai Xingnan reached out to stroke her curly hair. What a pity. The courtroom isn't the market. Your skills are destined to be useless. Kai Xingnan knew that Gu Nianji still had some skills, but if she didn't take the opportunity to attack Gu Nianji's arrogance and completely infuriate her, when would she? There were cameras here. Kai Xingnan made up her mind to get the surveillance video from here after Gu Nianji and the others left. This was the third watch of the day, Chapter 1291, Overrated and Underestimated. P.S. Sorry everyone, daylight saving time has just ended here, so it's an hour later than before. I forgot to set the alarm clock, so I woke up late. I'll be on time tomorrow. Chapter 1302. Looking at Gu Nianji's cold expression, Kai Xingnan smiled and thought that perhaps her first shot in the country would be to pull Gu Nianji off her high horse. Her attitude became more dignified and amiable, and her voice changed from loud and powerful to gentle and calm like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Miss Gu, I've said everything I need to say. It's fate that we met here today. We're all people who understand the law, so we definitely understand that many things can be settled out of court. There's no need to go to court. How ugly would that be? We're not kindergarten children. Do we have to be so indiscriminate about everything? Don't you think so? Kai Xingnan spoke to Gu Nianji in a conciliatory tone. Indeed, lawyers served their clients, and they didn't have to go to court to represent their clients. Settling all kinds of legal disputes for the clients and preventing things from getting out of hand, so as to avoid going to court in the end, was the most powerful ability of a lawyer. What do you mean? I don't understand, Gu Nianji said calmly. Her tone was flat. It's very simple. Didn't your university professor teach you? Many cases are actually decided before they go to court. Kai Xingnan looked at her with a smile. Not many lawyers win cases by arguing in court. Really? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. I did just graduate, and I haven't fought many cases. But unfortunately, I won all my cases by arguing in court. That's a pity. If you think that way, it only means that you're too childish. Also, Major General Hu protects you too well. Do you understand the principle of leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade? Do you really think that you won the cases in the past because of your ability? Ha 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 ha. Kai Xingnan finally showed a disdainful expression and tone, indicating that she looked down on Gu Nianji's ability. She still thought that her achievements were either because of Hu Shaoheng or He Zhichu. She wasn't the only one who thought this way, and Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Anyway, everything she said now was useless. When the time came, they would know who was better in court. However, Gu Nianji also heard something unusual in Kai Xingnan's words. It seemed like this person was determined to tie Song Jinning's case to Hu Shaoheng, therefore, it was exactly as she had predicted. Regardless of whether they had used Hu Shaoheng's power or not, these people were going to label them as bullies. Unfortunately, it was understandable for others to say that, but Kai Xingnan was in no position to say that. When she slapped someone's face, didn't she look at where she was standing? So that's what Miss Kai thinks. I've learned a lot. Gu Nianji wasn't angry at all. She followed Kai Xingnan's logic and asked, so Miss Kai's achievements in the United States were also because of your father's abilities and status? No wonder Miss Kai's legal literacy is so poor that she can even ignore the basic legal facts and lie through her teeth. Did you really go to law school? Or did American law schools lower their admission standards and graduation standards to release unqualified people like you to harm society? You! Kai Xingnan was furious and pointed at Gu Nianji. How can you slander me? I've worked so hard for so many years, and now you're just going to erase it. Where's your evidence? You're slandering my professional ability and academic achievements, and humiliating my character. If you don't show me the evidence, I'm going to sue you for slander. Same here. Gu Nianji didn't back down. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Kai Xingnan coldly. Just now, you slandered my professional ability and academic achievements. In your words, where's the evidence? If you don't show me the evidence, I'm going to sue you for slander. She was using Kai Xingnan's own spear to poke at her own shield. Kai Xingnan's face gradually turned red from the provocation. Her chest rose and fell unsteadily, and even her hands were clenched tightly. Gu Nianji provoked her further. You can't show me the evidence. You're the only one allowed to judge others for being unprofessional, and others saying that you're slandering them. Your double standards are really the essence of the United States. You're so good at it. As the two of them stood at the door of the private room arguing, Luo Zhelan, who was sitting with her back facing them, finally turned around. She immediately saw Kai Xingnan and a woman standing face to face. They seemed to be talking, and that woman was actually Gu Nianji. Luo Zhelan's heart tightened. Kai Xingnan hadn't signed an agent contract with her yet. If Gu Nianji ruined it, where would she find such a powerful lawyer to represent her? Luo Zhelan had experienced Gu Nianji's abilities during Bai Jini's case, so she didn't dare to underestimate her in the slightest. This soft and cute little girl, who wasn't even 20 years old, was like a dog that didn't bark. When she bit someone, it was fatal. Luo Zhelan hurriedly got up and came to Kai Xingnan's side. She glanced at Gu Nianji and snorted softly. So Miss Gu is also eating here. Our whole family's reputation is good, isn't it? No wonder you can't bear to let go, even if it will hinder Xiaoheng's future. She pulled Kai Xingnan's arm again. Miss Kai, the dishes are starting to be served. Shall we go back to eat? There's nothing to say to her. Luo Zhelan had always acted superior in front of Gu Nianji. From the first time Gu Nianji went to the Huo family's mansion, from the time Luo Zhelan was still Huo Zhelan, she had never taken Gu Nianji seriously. Gu Nianji was a little orphan girl who did everything she could to get into the Huo family's lap. This impression was deeply ingrained in her. Moreover, because Gu Nianji refused to back down, she didn't even give her the chance to get a marriage certificate with Huo Xiaoheng. She completely shattered Luo Zhelan's beautiful dreams and plans, so she hated Gu Nianji to the core. Gu Nianji saw that Luo Zhelan had taken the initiative to attack her, so she didn't stand on ceremony. Our Huo family. Miss Luo's surname is Luo, right? What does it have to do with the Huo family? You're the one who's really giving the Huo family face by coming here to eat, right? No wonder you can't bear to let go and even ask to get a marriage certificate with my fiancé. Miss Luo, do you know that a fake marriage is illegal? You were sent by the enemy to ruin my fiancé, weren't you? Gu Nianji could tell that both women had feelings for Huo Xiaoheng, so she couldn't help calling him fiancé in front of them to provoke them. She had to puncture their unrealistic fantasies so that they wouldn't continue to disgust her in the future. Luo Zhelan didn't expect Gu Nianji to know about this as well. She was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. She couldn't maintain the arrogant expression on her face, and instinctively retorted, "Nonsense. You were the one who didn't get the approval of the Huo family, so you took it out on me. Aren't you suing me because I'm in your way? Are you worried that you won't be able to marry into the Huo family smoothly?" Kai Xingnan raised an eyebrow and immediately said, "I see. Miss Gu, it's not kind of you to file a lawsuit against Miss Luo for your own personal gain. It's against the rules of a lawyer, isn't it? I can file a complaint against you. Doesn't she know why I filed a lawsuit against Luo Zhelan?" The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes. Besides, what right do you have to say that about me? Are you Luo Jialan's lawyer, or are you her accomplice? Of course I'm her lawyer. Kai Xingnan blurted out. I'm speaking for my client. Do you have any objections? Luo Jialan was surprised and delighted. She had been thinking about how to convince Kai Xingnan to be her lawyer, and was afraid that Gu Nianji would ruin it. After all, with Kai Xingnan's ability and status, it wouldn't be easy to convince her with money alone. Today, she had specially set aside a day to talk to her in detail just for this matter. She didn't expect Kai Xingnan to agree as soon as Gu Nianji spoke. Luo Jialan immediately seized the opportunity. That's right. Lawyer Kai is my lawyer. Miss Gu, what she says is what I say. Okay. Gu Nianji flicked her fingernails as casually as if she was flicking off a speck of dust. Then you'd better pray that Luo Jialan tells you all the facts. You know, if the client hides the truth from you, you won't be able to win the lawsuit. As she spoke, Gu Nianji looked at Luo Jialan, whose eyes were sparkling. Right? Miss Luo, it's useless for you to portray yourself as an innocent white lotus in front of your lawyer. It will mislead her and make her have illusory optimism and abnormal legal judgment. It won't be good for the lawsuit. Luo Jialan's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly had a headache. She couldn't tell Kai Xingnan everything because she didn't trust anyone. It was precisely because Gu Nianji knew what she had done in the past that she concluded that a person who didn't even trust her own mother couldn't be expected to confide in a lawyer. Kai Xingnan laughed. Miss Gu, it seems that you really don't understand me, nor do you understand how the law works. As far as I'm concerned, I don't need my client to tell me the truth about everything. I just need her to tell me if she's innocent or not. As long as she tells me that she's innocent, our lawyer should do the rest. Then she added, otherwise, do you think it's that easy to be a famous lawyer? That's how good and bad lawyers are, not by digging out the truth from their clients. The truth is a matter for the court, and it's up to the judge and jury to decide. We're only responsible for telling the truth on our side. Understood. It turns out that lawyer Kai's lawsuit is all fabricating facts. All right, I'll see you in court. I'll see how perfect your fabrications are and if they can withstand my questioning. Gu Nianji didn't want to talk to them anymore, so she turned around and was about to go in. Kai Xingnan looked at the beautiful room and bit her lip. She said unwillingly, Miss Gu, let me warn you, it's indeed very satisfying to use someone else's privilege to do your own thing. But you have to bear the consequences yourself. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and turned around. She frowned slightly and said in confusion, what did I do to anger the heavens? Why did I make you mention privilege over and over again? Still pretending. Kai Xingnan pouted at the private room. Didn't you use your privilege to cut in line before us and get this private room? Gu Nianji was silent. So that was the root of it. The two of them were unhappy that they had used this private room. They had just used a private room to have a meal, and they could talk about privilege. How low was the threshold for privilege? Gu Nianji raised her eyes and looked at Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan. She said lightly, you need a membership card to eat here. Do both of you have membership cards here? She wouldn't answer Kai Xingnan's question directly. At this time, she could only get more information by faking it. As expected, Kai Xingnan said proudly, of course, do you think we're like you? You want to use someone else's privilege to show off here. Miss Luo and I both have membership cards here. Kai Xingnan was Kai Songyin's niece, so Gu Nianji wasn't surprised that she had a membership card here. However, Luo Jialan had a membership card here because of the Huo family's reputation, right? Gu Nianji looked at Luo Jialan and asked with a puzzled expression, Miss Luo also has a membership card here. Didn't you leave the Huo family? Why didn't you return her membership card? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1292, Self-Contradiction. Today was Monday, and I forgot the recommendation ticket list. It was still late at night. At 1:00 in the afternoon, it was the first update of 100,000 Chidian coins for the leader of Momo Moshi. At 8:00 in the evening, the third update. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1303. Luo Jialan looked at Gu Nianji in amusement. You're so funny. I have a membership card. I applied for it myself. What does it have to do with the Huo family? As she spoke, she looked at Kai Xingnan. Miss Kai, do you understand what I'm saying now? Some people just can't bear to let go. They want to join the Huo family no matter what. Gu Nianji curled her lips. Miss Luo, you applied for it openly. As far as I know, if you didn't get the membership through connections, but applied for it yourself, then you must own a house here. Do you have a villa in the West Mountain? That goes without saying. Luo Jialan looked like a virtuous lady and looked Gu Nianji up and down. Miss Gu, you have to thank Xiaoheng for your status and enjoyment today. If not for our Xiaoheng. Shut up. You have a villa in the West Hills. Isn't it the Huo family's money? You already have nothing to do with the Huo family, yet you still have the cheek to take their money to buy yourself a house. Gu Nianji was finally forced to break down by Luo Jialan's our Xiaoheng. Her face darkened. How can you say the name Xiaoheng? What our Xiaoheng are you talking about? Wake up. You're no longer related to the Huo family. You're not Uncle Huo's adopted daughter, nor are you a relative of the Huo family. If you keep talking about Huo Xiao like that, I won't be polite anymore. Luo Jialan was even happier when she saw Gu Nianji's change in expression. She laughed hysterically. Xiaoheng and I grew up under the same roof, and we've been on good terms since we were young. I advise you to keep a low profile. Don't think that just because you're engaged, everything will be fine and you can climb up the tree branch to become a phoenix. Luo Jialan humiliated Gu Nianji like this, so Gu Nianji didn't want to give her any more face. After all, face could only be given to those who were willing to accept it. For those who were shameless, even if you gave them face, they would still think that you were a busybody. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and coughed lightly. She deliberately put on a pitiful expression and said lightly, Miss Luo, delusions are an illness. They have to be treated. Are you saying I'm sick? Why can't you face reality? Is it hard to admit that you're unwilling to let go because of the Huo family's power? Luo Jialan had been aggrieved for a long time. Today, she could finally slap Gu Nianji in the face. It felt so good. She didn't want to give up this opportunity. Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. If you're sick, go see a doctor. There's no use telling me. Besides, what's wrong with growing up under the same roof as Huo Xiao? You are cousins, isn't it normal for you to grow up under the same roof? If this can be used as evidence of your delusions, I think you should really see a psychiatrist. Your mentality is not only twisted, but also abnormal. You said I'm a pervert. Luo Jialan's elation didn't last long. Like a balloon, it was punctured by Gu Nianji. She was so angry that her face turned purple. You're just jealous of my good relationship with Xiaoheng. TSK. Gu Nianji shook her head. I wanted to save you some face, but it looks like I was overthinking it. You don't even care about your face, so why should I save you face? Luo Jialan was a little flustered. She said fiercely, don't try to continue humiliating me. There are surveillance cameras here. I won't humiliate you. I'll tell you the truth. Gu Nianji spread her hands. You said that you're not related to Huo Xiao by blood, but before you knew that you and Huo Xiao weren't biological cousins, you had been coveting him for a long time. You have such dirty thoughts, and you still say that you're not a pervert. I'm not. And I already knew that I'm not related to him by blood. Luo Jialan growled. Don't try to put your dirty thoughts on me. Oh. You already knew. Then you have even more unfathomable intentions. You know that you have nothing to do with the Huo family, but you're the only daughter of the Huo family's eldest son. You're the Huo family's housekeeper, and you even mistreated the Huo family's real mistress, Miss Song. I think you're not only mentally twisted and perverted, but also morally corrupt and vicious. Gu Nianji's face darkened. Also, you know that you're not Uncle Huo's biological daughter, but you still seized his trust fund and lived a luxurious life with other people's money. Look at you, you're nothing without the Huo family, and you still have the face to say that I'm just trying to get into the Huo family. I think every word you say is from the bottom of your heart. You can completely empathize with me. Luo Jialan took 2 steps back, flustered by Gu Nianji's words. You. Don't talk nonsense. Although I'm not my father's biological daughter, my mother and my father are truly husband and wife. I'm my father's legal daughter, and I'll inherit all of his inheritance. Miss Gu, you're a lawyer. You know better than I do, right? Will you inherit all of it? Gu Nianji curled her lips and said slyly, I won't entertain you with this question. As a lawyer, you have to pay to talk to me. Even if you want to be slapped in the face by me, you have to line up and pay according to the rules. With that, she closed the door of the private room. Luo Jialan stared at the closed door in front of them with her mouth agape. She pointed at the door and said. She gave up just because she couldn't win against me. So that's all there is to Gu Nianji. I thought she was amazing, but she actually closed the door because she couldn't win against us. Kai Xingnan had been standing by the side without saying a word. At this moment, her heart skipped a beat. She raised her eyebrows and looked Luo Jialan up and down. You've liked Major General Hua since you were young. Isn't he your cousin? I don't like Xiaoheng. Besides, he's not my biological cousin. Luo Jialan was getting impatient. How many times have I told you? I'm not related to him by blood, and I've also changed my surname and moved out of the Huo family's household registration. You knew that Major General Hua wasn't your cousin from the beginning. Kai Xingnan frowned. Gu Nianji just said that you wanted to fake marry to Major General Hua. What's going on? Luo Jialan said nonchalantly, it wasn't me who suggested it. It was my grandfather, Grandfather Hua. He didn't want Gu Nianji to marry into the Hua family, so he suggested that Xiaoheng and I get a marriage certificate and stop Gu Nianji from marrying into the family. I was kind enough to persuade Gu Nianji to accept this condition. Anyway, I'm not really getting married. I'm just acting as a cover for her. It doesn't matter if Xiaoheng continues to be with Gu Nianji. I just want the old man to be happy in his old age. I see, then your sacrifice is quite big. Kai Xingnan said sarcastically. How could she think of getting a fake marriage with Hua Xiaoheng? Luo Jialan smiled, as if she didn't hear the sarcasm in Kai Xingnan's words. She said lightly, that's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Grandfather Hua yourself. She was sure that Kai Xingnan wouldn't be able to come into contact with Grandfather Hua, and even if Kai Xingnan asked, Grandfather Hua, who had always been very chauvinistic, would definitely take responsibility for this matter and wouldn't say that Luo Jialan had suggested it. Was it really Grandfather Hua who suggested it? Then this old man is quite imaginative. Kai Xingnan smiled and turned back to the window with Luo Jialan. She said, since I'm going to be your lawyer, let's sign the contract first. I'll make it clear in advance that my fee is very expensive. It's $1,000 per hour and $1 million in advance. If you agree, I'll have my secretary send you the contract right away. Sure, send it to me and I'll sign it right away, Luo Jialan said readily. I don't have the contract with me. My secretary will contact you to sign it and then tell you what to do next. Kai Xingnan smiled as she sent an email to her secretary, stating the amount of the advance payment. Considering that she was going to fight Gu Nianji head-on this time, Kai Xingnan suggested that the advance payment be increased to $1 million, with any overpayment to be refunded. She raised the price because she was worried that Luo Zhelan's money would be recovered by the Hua family. So she had to get her hands on the money first. The two of them discussed the details and started lunch. At that moment, He Zhichu returned to his private room. As soon as he entered, he said to Gu Nianji, who was playing with her phone, "Nianji, the situation in Japan has changed." "What's wrong?" Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. "Isn't today the day the final verdict will be announced?" "Yes, but Smith just called me in Japan and said that the presiding judge suddenly died this morning. The case has been transferred to another judge and the verdict will be postponed." This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1293, Words from the Heart. The first update of 100,000 Chidian coins that the leader of Omomo Moshi had rewarded in August had arrived. Today was Monday, and she had forgotten the recommendation ticket list. At 8 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Ding Yujin for the 10,000 views that you rewarded yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1304. The presiding judge died suddenly. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Isn't this Angel in the World Foundation a little too powerful? You should be mentally prepared. He Zhichu sat down with an indifferent expression. Don't forget what kind of research they're doing. This kind of research had been strongly supported by the Japanese imperial government and the military decades ago. Gu Nianji frowned. But we're using lawyers from big American law firms. Would they dare to say no to the American government? If it's a big deal, they'll dare to say no to anyone. He Zhichu tapped his fingers on the dining table. All right, don't think too much about it. All they can do is stall for a little more time. Then why are they stalling for time? Are they trying to transfer their assets? Gu Nianji's expression was cold and murderous. He Zhichu was amused by her little expression. He smiled slightly and was still very calm. He pushed Guan Yan in front of Gu Nianji. Don't worry, they won't be transferred that easily. I'm inclined to think that they still want to struggle on their deathbed. As for transferring their assets, they'll have to spit it out wherever they go. Gu Nianji thought about it. Modern society was highly networked, and it was actually easier to track down the flow of funds than in the previous cash society, so she wasn't worried anymore. The two of them had lunch there. When they went out, they ran into Luo Zhelan and Kai Xingnan in the parking lot again. The two of them were walking to their cars. When they saw He Zhichu and Gu Nianji walking over together, they stopped in their tracks and watched them approach with smiles. Gu Nianji had wanted to pretend that she didn't know them, but they didn't think so. "Lawyer He, Miss Gu, I didn't expect to meet you again." Luo Zhelan greeted them with a beaming face. "Miss Gu, your market is really good. First, you have our Xiaoheng at your beck and call, and now you have Lawyer He's devoted protection. You're really lucky with women." Gu Nianji was about to throw up when she said, "Our Xiaoheng," to Luo Zhelan, but she also understood that if she went berserk again, it would only satisfy Luo Zhelan's perverted mentality. So she walked past them expressionlessly and didn't respond to a single word. She had said everything she needed to say at the restaurant. If she continued, Luo Zhelan would really have to pay her consultation fee. He Zhichu glanced at Luo Zhelan coldly. His eyes were cold and devoid of any warmth. Luo Zhelan caught a glimpse of He Zhichu's expression from the corner of her eye, and her heart turned cold. She instinctively took a step back and forced herself to say, "But don't worry, I won't tell anyone else, especially Xiaoheng." "I won't say a word." He Zhichu stood in front of her and looked at her carefully. He said coldly, It's better to be lucky with women than to not have a man. Luo Jialan's heart skipped a beat, but she immediately reacted. She smiled and said, "So lawyer, he admits that you have feelings for Gu Nianji. TSK, that's not good. She's clearly engaged, yet she's still walking around with another man. Luo Jialan, right? You're probably living in the era 200 years ago, when a woman would be drowned in a pig's cage for having a meal with a man outside." He Zhichu said nonchalantly as he took out a recording pen from his pocket. "I've already recorded everything you said just now. It's up to you whether you want to hand it over to the court as evidence, or use it as proof that you haven't given up on Hu Xiaoheng." What kind of person was this? His casual words were being recorded. Luo Jialan's face turned pale with fright. She clenched her fists tightly and said in a trembling voice, "When did I not give up on Major General Hua? Oh no, when did I have feelings for Major General Hua? Don't slander me and ruin my reputation. You didn't. If you didn't, then why do you keep saying our Xiaoheng? What's your relationship with Hu Xiaoheng that makes you address him so intimately?" He Zhichu was still holding the recording pen and continued to record. Kai Xingnan's eyes flashed. She wanted to say something, but she kept her mouth shut. I'm his relative, his cousin. Why can't I use that title? Luo Jialan was furious, but she was still struggling at death's door. "Cousin. What's your surname?" He Zhichu looked Luo Jialan up and down, the disdain in his eyes undisguised. "You gave up everything in the Hua family. It's too late to regret it now." "I didn't." Luo Jialan's entire body was trembling. Was this what she wanted? If she couldn't marry Hu Xiaoheng, she would have to face the fate of being sued. Look at her now, Gu Nianji was eyeing her covetously. But if her surname was still Hua and she was in the Hua family's household register, how could she marry Hu Xiaoheng? Therefore, she cut off all means of retreat and resolutely changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household register. All she had to do was wait for grandfather Hua's order and she would get her marriage certificate with Hu Xiaoheng. It was all her fault. It was all because of this orphan girl who had come out of nowhere and ruined her plans. He Zhichu sneered and said, "You didn't give up everything in the Hua family. Or you didn't regret giving up everything in the Hua family." "I." Luo Jialan choked. She realized that no matter what she said, she seemed to have fallen into He Zhichu's trap. However, He Zhichu had no intention of letting her go. "Tell me, you didn't give up everything in the Hua family. Then you changed your surname and moved out of the Hua family's household register. It's all fake." Gu Nianji was surprised. "It's all fake. If you didn't change your surname and move out of the Hua family, then why are you talking about getting married? Do you think the military's background check is just for show and can't find out that you're faking it?" "I'm not faking it." Luo Jialan was finally forced into a corner by He Zhichu and Gu Nianji. She had no choice but to clarify herself. "What I'm saying is that I don't regret giving up everything in the Hua family. I have nothing to do with the Hua family." "All right then, I hope you'll keep your word and return what belongs to the Hua family to them." He Zhichu put away the recording pen and got into the military jeep with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled as she drove the military jeep out of the garage of Le Huda restaurant. She said, "Professor, he was so impressive just now. I didn't expect you to use a recording pen." He Zhichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed. "I sent this recording to Major General Hua." Gu Nianji. In the office building of the Special Operations Forces, Hu Xiaoheng held a meeting for 2 days and finally settled everything for the trip to Russia. When he received He Zhichu's message and heard the recording, Hu Xiaoheng's face was expressionless. However, the pen in his hand was broken in half with a snap. He suddenly raised his hand and threw the broken pen into the trash can in the corner. Hu Xiaoheng dialed Gu Nianji's number. Major General Hua, is that you? Are you done? Gu Nianji's surprised voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. Where are you? I'll pick you up. No need, I'll drive back soon. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. I'll take Professor He home first. Gu Nianji almost said that He Jichu had to renovate the kitchen because of egg fried rice, but she held back when she saw He Jichu's uncomfortable expression. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Then I'll wait for you. Gu Nianji smiled and said gently, okay. Gu Nianji didn't get out of the car after sending He Jichu all the way back to his villa on the mountainside. She said to He Jichu, Professor He, I'll take you here. When I go back and sort out the information, I'll send you the first version of the indictment. He Jichu grunted and took out a key card and a set of keys from his pocket. He stuffed them into Gu Nianji's hand and said uncomfortably, this is also your home. Come visit often when you're free. Gu Nianji, she smiled sheepishly and declined. No need, Professor He, but I'll definitely visit you often in the future. Take it and be good. He Jichu was very insistent. This is part of the dowry I prepared for you. When you hold your wedding in the future, you can get married here. With that, he pushed open the car door and quickly went into the house. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1294, Clear Yourself. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1305. Gu Nianji held the key card and a bunch of keys. It was like fire was burning her palm. Without another word, she opened the door and got out of the car, chasing after them. Professor He. Professor He. He Jichu heard her scream but didn't stop. He ran to the front door of his villa without stopping. The 500-meter walk was neither too long nor too short. He Jichu arrived at his own door first. He took out his key card and swiped open the cherrywood door. He then entered the house and slammed the door. He leaned against the door, raised his head, and took a deep breath. He looked at the empty hall in front of him and the crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling. The sparkling and translucent crystal reflected in his moist black pupils, flashing like a sky full of stars falling into his eyes. Gu Nianji was already at the door. She banged on it and yelled, Professor He. Open the door. Professor He, you can't do this. Casually tossing her a key card and a bunch of keys, how was she going to explain herself when she got back? Gu Nianji banged on the door for a long time, but He Jichu didn't open it. She didn't care anymore and spoke into the intercom at the door. Professor He, I'm opening the door. He Jichu, damn it. He had forgotten about that. He Jichu turned to open the door. Gu Nianji happened to be holding up the key card and was about to swipe it on the sensor at the door. The cherrywood door suddenly opened, and Gu Nianji took the opportunity to hand the door card to He Jichu. She said solemnly, Professor He, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept this gift. It was too expensive. It had already exceeded the scope of ordinary gifts. Gu Nianji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng, so she had no qualms about using the things he gave her. She had no qualms about using them, but it wasn't the same for others. Moreover, Hua Xiaoheng had always taught her that if she needed anything, she could just ask him. She was not allowed to ask for anything from others, nor was she allowed to accept anything that exceeded a certain value from others. He Jichu's eyes dimmed. He didn't take the door card and key. Instead, he said dryly, Must you be so clear with me? Professor He, I'm already very satisfied that you accepted me as a graduate student and helped me with my studies and career. But I really can't accept this. You can't take it. What are you going to do about your wedding? Marry out of Hua Xiaoheng's family. You're not embarrassed to get married, but I'm embarrassed to watch you get married. He Jichu said expressionlessly. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes retracted their sharpness, and the expression in his eyes was inexplicably deep. Gu Nianji quickly said, I have my own house, it's on the 4th Ring Road, nearby University. Professor, he has been there before, your apartment is just a utility room. If I were to marry from there, where would I put my face? I don't believe that Hu Xiaoheng won't prepare another place for you to get married. He Zhichu was a little angry. Hu Xiaoheng used to be your guardian, so it's understandable that you lived and ate his food. But now that you're an adult and want to get married and have a wedding, you still have the nerve to ask Hu Xiaoheng to pay for your dowry. Gu Nianji was flabbergasted. A 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment of more than 100 square meters had been called a utility room. If her house had a spirit, it would definitely be crying about being looked down upon. Stop fooling around. Keep the key and the card. After your wedding, I'll give you the ownership certificate of this villa. He Zhichu patted her head and said reluctantly, let brother he do one last thing for you. After you're officially married, we won't be able to interact like this anymore. He Zhichu knew that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng had already received their marriage certificate, but they hadn't held a wedding, so He Zhichu wouldn't acknowledge it. Moreover, He Zhichu was still brooding over Hu Xiaoheng's method of forcing Gu Nianji to sign. In order to make things difficult for Hu Xiaoheng, he had to spare no effort to get close to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji knew that even if he was her biological brother, she had to keep a certain distance. Not to mention that they weren't even relatives, she was moved to tears by He Zhichu. Holding the key and card in her hand, she whimpered, Professor He, don't be so nice to me. I don't deserve it. I'm afraid. He Zhichu was originally full of melancholy, but now he was so angry that he laughed. Can't I be nice to you? You're so hard to please. It's not that I can't, but Professor He, you're so nice to me. Even biological siblings are rarely as nice as you are. Gu Nianji wiped her tears. Just tell me the truth. What's your relationship with me? If there's really nothing between us, I definitely can't take this. Gu Nianji was very stubborn this time. All this time, she had never forced He Zhichu to reveal what had happened in the past. Even if she had always felt that He Zhichu knew about her childhood. But as long as He Zhichu didn't want to, she would never force him. He Zhichu closed his eyes and thought about what had happened back then. At this point, there was no need to talk about it anymore. But if he didn't say anything, Gu Nianji probably wouldn't accept his gift. Come in. If you want to know, I can tell you. He Zhichu stepped aside. Gu Nianji's heart was pounding. Holding the key card in one hand and the key in the other, her palms were covered in sweat. She sat down in He Zhichu's living room and looked at him silently. He Zhichu sat across from her with his legs crossed. He rested one hand on the sofa's armrest and the other on his leg. He stared at Gu Nianji and said slowly, Nianji, do you trust me? Gu Nianji nodded. Of course I do. There are 2 people in this world that I trust unconditionally. One is Major General Hua, and the other is you, Professor He. Her trust in Hu Xiaoheng was formed from being with him day and night for the past 7 years and being influenced by what she saw and heard. And her trust in He Zhichu had been influenced by He Zhichu's selfless help in just 2 short years. And the longer she spent with He Zhichu, the more she felt like she was meeting him for the first time. It was like returning to an old friend. She didn't know why this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. She only knew that He Zhichu was showing signs that he was closely related to her forgotten past. He Zhichu was very pleased with Gu Nianji's answer. She was still his Sirius, the little girl who trusted him wholeheartedly, the little girl who could be carried by him in the middle of the night to watch the night epiphyllum bloom. Nianji, if you trust me, then remember what I said. If someone says something different from what I said in the future, I hope you can use your own mind to think about who is telling the truth and who is lying to you. He Zhichu pointed to his head with an exceptionally serious expression. Gu Nianji also became serious. She sat up straight and nodded. Please go ahead, Professor He. Our He and Gu families have a deep relationship. My grandfather, He Shouwang, and your grandfather, Gu Haoze, were both survivors of the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed against the Huaxia Empire, He Jichu said slowly. Gu Nianji suddenly remembered that her grandfather, Gu Haoze, had mentioned my friend, He Shouwang, in his letter. The enemy leader was furious and tortured and killed my friend, He Shouwang. My friend, He Shouwang's son, He Qingjian, followed me to Europe. On the way, he learned of his father's tragic situation. He swore to avenge his father and left quietly. These two sentences echoed in Gu Nianji's mind. She covered her mouth and said in surprise, wait. He Shouwang is your grandfather. Then He Qingjian is your father. The man who had called her in the Russian Kremlin that day was He Jichu's father, He Qingjian. He Jichu nodded. Yes, my father is He Qingjian. So that's how it is. Gu Nianji was filled with emotion. That made sense. Why did He Jichu seem to know her past so well? It was because the two families were family friends. From grandfather to father, and now to their generation. He Jichu smiled. Now do you understand why I said you were my fiancé? Our father joked that if they had children in the future, and it was a boy and a girl, they would become husband and wife. You also said it was a joke. Gu Nianji blinked and changed the topic. How can you take it seriously? But what happened after that? Do you know where my father went? He Jichu sighed. His eyes flashed, and he reorganized his words. He said slowly, that's a question I can't answer. 7 years ago, your father's plane crashed, and you were taken away from home. After I found out that you were missing, I started looking for you everywhere. It wasn't until 3 years ago that I finally found out that you were in the Huaxia Empire. In order to come to her side without batting an eyelid, He Jichu had put in a lot of effort and taken a big detour. In the end, he had predicted everything, but he hadn't expected that Gu Nianji wouldn't remember him at all. I tried to awaken your memory, but whenever you tried to recall it, your head would hurt like hell. I later felt that it was fine if you didn't remember the past. People always have to look forward, don't they? He Jichu's expression was still cold and aloof, but his tone was like a spring breeze, warm and genial. Gu Nianji's heart warmed when she heard that. She picked up a tissue from the coffee table in front of her and wiped her tears. Professor He, you can call me Brother He. That's what you always called me when you were young. He Jichu looked at her coolly, his gaze devoid of any warmth. It was as if all the fire and heat had been frozen by him. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. It didn't matter when I was young, but now that I'm so old, I'm getting goosebumps if I keep calling you Brother He. I'll still call you Professor He. It's familiar and intimate. Up to you. He Jichu didn't insist. He leaned forward and smiled. Now, can you accept this gift? Although you're not married to me, with the relationship between our families, I'm more than enough to be part of your family. If you still refuse, not only will you disappoint me, but you'll also disappoint the elders of both families. Since He Jichu had already said this, Gu Nianji would really be unreasonable if she didn't accept it. However, she didn't know how Hua Xiaoheng would react if she accepted such a large sum of money just like that. Gu Nianji really had a headache. She focused her eyes and thought about it. I still have to discuss this with Hua Xiao. Professor He, can I give you an answer after I've discussed it with Hua Xiao? Look, girls are really extroverted. You haven't even married him yet, but you're already siding with him. Are you stupid? This is my dowry for you. It's a private property that I've specially given you. It's not a joint property with Hua Xiaoheng. If you hadn't gotten your marriage certificate a long time ago, I would have asked you to notarize it as a prenuptial property. He Jichu lowered his eyes and smiled mockingly. Although Hu Xiaoheng might not be interested in this small amount of money, others might not. Everyone thinks you're an orphan girl without a family to rely on. Don't you want to slap those people in the face? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1295, I'm Your Reliance. The monthly votes should reach 1,500 today, so add updates in advance. So it was still the third update. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes would increase to 1,500, and the third update would be at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1306. He Zhichu's suggestion was very tempting. And it just so happened that she had argued with Luo Jialan today, so it was impossible for Gu Nianji not to have any thoughts. She hesitated for a moment, then frowned and said, Professor He, is it really that important to have a family or not? Although I don't have parents for the time being, I work hard and achieve good results. I won't embarrass Major General Hua, and I can help him when necessary. Why do they just look down on me? How should I put it, Nianji? I don't want to lie to you. But at a certain level, it won't work for a person to fight alone. That's why you need the help of a family, and even marriage to strengthen yourself. He Zhichu seemed to know a lot about this. But you don't have to be discouraged. He Zhichu smiled lightly. When your man's strength reaches a certain level, he'll be able to fight a whole class on his own. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't sound reliable. Professor, he is wise. That's what I think. Actually, there are pros and cons to this kind of thing. A girl from a family might be a help, but it might also be a hindrance. I don't have a family, so I don't have a strong foundation. But as long as I control myself, I definitely won't cause Major General Hua any trouble. He Zhichu stared at Gu Nianji and thought about it silently for a while. He nodded. It's good that you can think it through. Anyway, it's not like you don't have a family now. I'm your family. If anyone looks down on you in the future, I'll teach them a lesson. That's not necessary. Gu Nianji smiled. I can take care of it myself. But thank you, Professor He. I'm very happy to hear you say that. This was the first time she had expressed her joy at He Zhichu's help. She didn't reject him like before. He Zhichu's mood improved a little, and he continued, in addition to this villa, I've also prepared other dowry for you. When you've confirmed the wedding date, I'll send it to you. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand. Professor He, I'm already ashamed to accept this big gift of yours. If you add to it, how can I repay this favor in the future? I told you not to stand on ceremony with me. If you don't want it, keep it for your children, He Zhichu said lightly, not caring what Gu Nianji thought at all. The topic of the two suddenly jumped from dowry to children. The jump was too big. Gu Nianji blushed a little and muttered, You're thinking too much. The wedding date hasn't even been decided yet, what? Hu Xiaoheng isn't in a hurry to marry you. He Zhichu was a little surprised, and his expression darkened. The Russian president has already announced that he will be a witness to your wedding. Can he pretend not to hear it? No, no. Gu Nianji shook her head. It's like this. Ever since Bai Shuang passed away, Brother Zhe had been depressed. Brother Xiong and I are planning to wait at least a year before we hold our wedding. We don't want to upset him, so... He Zhichu understood. He actually didn't want Gu Nianji to get married so early. His current state was pretty good. Although they had registered their marriage, it had always been kept a secret. Everyone only knew that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were engaged, but they didn't know that they had been secretly married for almost a year. He Zhichu was about to speak when Gu Nianji's phone rang. Whose past did the Priestess Temple Expedition bow and arrow belong to? I like the image of you belonging to me in the crowd, this was Hu Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gu Nianji was delighted. She quickly picked up her phone and swiped it open. She said softly, "Major General Hua." Hua Xiaoheng sat in his bulletproof car and looked at He Jichu's West Mountain villa outside the window. He said calmly, "Where are you?" "Gu Nianji, I'm still at Professor He's place. Something happened, and I just settled it." Gu Nianji gestured to He Jichu and stood up. "I'll leave right away." He Jichu stood up as well. "I'll drive you." Gu Nianji didn't refuse. She held her phone and walked out of his villa with He Jichu to her car. "Professor He, you can go back. I'll drive myself. I'll be fine." He Jichu nodded. "Drive carefully. Call me when you get back to let me know you're safe." "Okay." Gu Nianji obeyed and was much more obedient than when she came. She drove the military jeep out of He Jichu's villa's iron gate. As soon as she looked up, she saw a familiar silver-gray bulletproof car parked on the side of the road opposite the villa. Gu Nianji. This wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's car. Had he been making a call here just now? Gu Nianji slammed on the brakes and parked the car by the side of the road. She poked her head out of the window to take a look. The car's window glass was coated with a high-grade coating. It was hard to see inside from the outside, but it was very clear from the inside. The window of the silver-gray bulletproof car slowly rolled down, revealing Hua Xiaoheng's bright and solemn face. He was charming. It really was him. Gu Nianji waved her hand with a smile and pointed at the road down the mountain. "Shall we go down together?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at her indifferently and said, "Get out of the car." "Gu Nianji, come here," Hua Xiaoheng said again. His words were concise and to the point. Gu Nianji was a little troubled, but what about her car? She couldn't just leave it here and ask He Jichu to send it back to her tomorrow, could she? Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin. Yin Shixiang jumped out of the car and waved at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, get out. This car is mine." He winked at Gu Nianji and smiled. Gu Nianji blushed but still opened the door and got out. "Brother Xiong, why are you here too? Why can't I be here? I'm just here to be your driver, right?" Yin Shixiang smiled and raised his hand to give her a rash. "Hurry up, Hua Xiao is going to flip out if you're late." "No way. He's really going to flip out." Gu Nianji was in a great mood. She moved closer to Yin Shixiang and said sneakily, "Then how about I stall for a little longer and see what Hua Xiao will do when he flips out?" Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and looked at her quietly. How dare she make trouble? Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change, but he was actually pressing Gu Nianji on his lap and spanking her on the inside. His voice lowered. "Nianji, get in the car. Hurry up, the old driver is about to drive." Yin Shixiang chuckled and got into the military jeep that Gu Nianji had driven over in time before Hua Xiaoheng's sharp gaze landed on him. The car door was quickly locked. Gu Nianji had no choice but to get into Hua Xiaoheng's car. Hua Xiaoheng's head orderly, Fan Jian, was the driver in the front seat. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the back. A partition had already been raised between the two rows of seats. Gu Nianji dawdled in the back seat. She could sense that Hua Xiaoheng was in a bad mood. She didn't dare move closer. She wanted nothing more than to sit close to the window so that she and Hua Xiaoheng were far apart. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm as he said to Fan Jian, "Drive." The silver bulletproof car let out a low roar and shot out like an arrow. Gu Nianji didn't even have time to fasten her seatbelt before she was almost thrown into the seat by the momentum of the car. The back seat wasn't very long. Gu Nianji swayed left and right and inevitably bumped into Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng quietly extended an arm to cover Gu Nianji's back. Gu Nianji wanted to get up and return to her seat by the window, but Hua Xiaoheng's arm pressed her back down as soon as she moved. She had no choice but to maintain the position of lying sideways in his arms. This position was very tiring. This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket of 1,500 plus updates had arrived in advance. Chapter 1296, This position is tiring. 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Mwah. Chapter 1307. After lying on her side for a long time, she felt like her waist was about to be broken. Major General Hua. Gu Nianji called out to him softly, "Can you let me fasten my seatbelt?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word and bowed over. His body brushed past her, and his refreshing but masculine scent enveloped Gu Nianji passionately. Gu Nianji's face turned red. She felt Hua Xiaoheng's hand groping around her, looking for the seatbelt socket. He was very close to her, and the tip of his nose brushed past her cheek. It was cold, soft, and hard. It lit a fire on her face that burned all the way to her heart. Gu Nianji's breathing almost stopped. If he continued like this, she would die. Major General Hua, I was wrong. Gu Nianji grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder and softly begged for mercy in his ear. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "It's just a seatbelt. What are you thinking?" As he spoke, he exerted force with his fingers. The seatbelt buckle made a clicking sound, and finally buckled. Gu Nianji found herself feeling even more uncomfortable. Major General Hua, I'm not feeling well. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng pleadingly and tried her best to get rid of the shackles of Hua Xiaoheng's arm. However, the difference in strength between her and Hua Xiaoheng was too great. Hua Xiaoheng had no problem twisting her entire body with one arm. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her for a while before letting go. He adjusted her collar and gently scratched her chin with his fingertips. He said nonchalantly, "What exactly happened that took you so long?" Gu Nianji's scalp went numb. She quickly turned her head away and sat up straight. She rubbed her waist and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. "You're still asking me? Didn't you listen to the recording professor he sent you? Your dear cousin Luo Jialan mocked and ridiculed me. I'm so angry that I'm full." Hua Xiaoheng didn't seem to believe her. "That's it. Didn't they leave a long time ago?" "Gu Nianji, do you know when they left?" Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't say that after listening to the recording, he immediately mobilized the surveillance cameras of the place. On his terminal screen, he saw Luo Jialan and Kai Xingnan confronting Gu Nianji and He Zhichu in the parking lot. Almost an hour had passed since then. Hua Xiaoheng had originally planned to pick Gu Nianji up. He had told Gu Nianji that he would wait for her to come back because he wanted to give her a surprise. He didn't expect to wait for another 20 minutes before she came out of He Zhichu's villa. "Earlier than you anyway." Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms in the back seat, his face expressionless. "What does He Zhichu want this time?" Gu Nianji sighed. With such a sharp and perceptive fiancé, it would be very difficult for her to fool him in the future. Gu Nianji opened her palm to reveal the door card and key. She confessed, "Professor, he gave it to me as a dowry. And, when I get married, I'll get married from there." Hua Xiaoheng frowned. "Are these the door cards and keys to his West Mountain villa?" Gu Nianji nodded. "It's too expensive. You shouldn't accept it." As expected, Hua Xiaoheng refused. He even immediately asked Fan Jian to turn around and return to He Zhichu's West Mountain villa. He wanted to return the access card and key in person. Gu Nianji pressed down on Hua Xiaoheng's arm and whispered, "But I've already accepted it." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly sullen. "What did I teach you in the past? You can't just take other people's things. Have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten," Gu Nianji said calmly. "But I have a reason why I have to accept it." "Speak." "Professor He's grandfather is He Shouwang. His father is He Qingjian. Our families are friends, so he gave me a gift to show that he wants to be on good terms. Are you sure? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed as he asked. If He Shouwang and He Qingjian were really He Zhichu's grandfather and father, then He Zhichu really did have a relationship with Gu Nianji. He just didn't know if Gu Xiangwen and He Qingjian had interacted before. In their previous generation, He Shouwang and Gu Haozhou were good friends. In their next generation, He Zhichu and Gu Nianji had a good relationship. What about Gu Xiangwen and He Qingjian? How was their relationship? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help asking, did Professor He say anything about your father? Did your father, Gu Xiangwen, and He Zhichu's father, He Qingjian, also know each other? Of course they know each other. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. She moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, don't be angry when I tell you. Professor He said that his father and my father once joked that if their children were a boy and a girl, then become husband and wife. Hua Xiaoheng snorted. Such an old-fashioned thing does seem like something an overseas Chinese person would do. This was very awkward, and also very mean. Gu Nianji reached out and touched the tense lines on Hua Xiaoheng's face. She smoothed them inch by inch and smiled as she whispered into his ear, don't be angry. You're especially charming when you're angry. It makes me want to have sex with you. Hua Xiaoheng, she was getting bolder and bolder. She even dared to tease him. However, it had to be said that Gu Nianji knew Hua Xiaoheng very well. Only she could appease his hidden emotions. He held Gu Nianji's hand that was wreaking havoc on his face and brought it to his lips to kiss it. He then moved closer to Gu Nianji's ear and curled his lips. His voice was low and magnetic. You're especially charming when you're acting like a demon. Gu Nianji's face instantly turned as red as blood. Even the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were stained with rouge. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng. That's too much. How can you say that? Where's your image as the chief? Same here. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. The chief's wife doesn't even care about her image. Does the chief still need it? Sigh. Gu Nianji covered her face. Her heart was pounding like a deer. Compared to these veterans, she was still too inexperienced. Hua Xiaoheng stopped teasing her and put his arm around her shoulder without saying a word. After she calmed down, he changed the topic as if nothing had happened and said, have you discussed the prosecution of Luo Zhaolan with Professor He? Gu Nianji's head was still lowered. She nodded slightly and whispered, we've discussed it. Professor He gave me a procedure list for the indictment. I'll go back and change it according to the procedure. Do you need evidence? Hua Xiaoheng added, there's not much physical evidence, but we can find a witness right away. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. You mean, Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu? Yes. They were fired, but they've been under our surveillance. Hua Xiaoheng paused for a moment, then reminded Gu Nianji, although I support you in charging Luo Zhaolan with intentional homicide, the process of obtaining evidence is indeed very complicated. Because even Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu didn't know that what they did would kill Miss Song. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1297, Major General Hua, I was wrong. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1308. Really? They really don't know? Gu Nianji asked in confusion. They must have been specially selected and professionally trained to be your full-time caregivers, right? Gu Nianji couldn't imagine that a family like the Hua family would randomly find two people from the babysitting market to take care of Song Jining. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his eyes and said lightly. At that time, my father was in charge of finding people. I wasn't at home. He left home to go to college and then joined the army, so he rarely went home. After saving Gu Nianji, he received the task of guarding Gu Nianji from the military. For 6 years, he hadn't returned to his own home even once. It wasn't until more than a year ago that Gu Nianji wanted to come to the imperial capital for graduate school, that he took her back to his home in the military. Gu Nianji shook her head speechlessly. Fine, these two people could really have been randomly found from the babysitting market. Forget it, she made a note in her electronic notes. It was already afternoon when she followed Hu Xiaoheng back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Gu Nianji got out of the car and looked up at the hot sun in the sky. It was almost summer, and the weather was gradually getting hotter. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the hottest time of the day. Gu Nianji wiped her sweat and suddenly felt the phone in her pocket vibrate again. She took it out and found that it was the driver from the Russian KGB who had sent her a message. Gu Nianji quickly unlocked her phone with her fingerprint and logged in. In the KGB trio discussion group, the driver sent a crying emoji and then sent a message in English. Middle-aged driver. Lena's body was found in a dark river connected to the giant circular pit. Gu Nianji. She quickly tapped her fingers on her phone and replied, "Is it confirmed? Is it really Lena? If it was found in the dark river, it would have been beyond recognition after so many days, right? Middle-aged driver, it's confirmed. The DNA test results just came out. It's confirmed to be Lena." There was a long silence. Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. She waited for a while and replied with a hug emoji. "Nian Zi Sai, Uncle Ivan, my condolences. Where's Vladimir?" "He's also, my condolences, Uncle Driver." The boss fainted as soon as he saw the DNA test result. "Peter is taking over his position now. I hope he can recover soon." Gu Nianji was very sad. A few days ago, he was still in the same car as them, but today, it was confirmed that he was dead. Although Gu Nianji had been mentally prepared for Lena's death, she still felt very bad when she confirmed it. Rubbing her fingers on her phone, she sent the driver a red packet of 66 yuan to comfort him. She didn't have the nerve to text Vladimir. He always felt that it was ironic to comfort someone with a red packet when they were heartbroken. The driver was different. For him, the best consolation was a red packet. Sure enough, after the middle-aged driver accepted the red packet, he felt much better. He quickly typed on his phone and turned on the spamming mode. "Uncle Driver, boss doesn't believe that Lena is dead. He hasn't eaten, drank, slept, or rested for the past few days. He's been looking for her everywhere. Middle-aged driver, he has searched dozens of miles around the Tunguska crater in Siberia. I'm afraid an underground ant, male or female, can't escape his tracking. Middle-aged driver, in the end, we still got news of her death. Middle-aged driver, Peter personally led some people to discover it in the underground river. At first, it was just a floating corpse. Later, someone said that it might be Lena because the underground river was directly connected to the Tunguska crater. Middle-aged driver, Peter ordered people to take the floating corpse away and conduct a DNA test. The result was that it was Lena. Middle-aged driver, what unfortunate news. I'm sorry. I hope Lena can rest in peace in heaven. Candle. JPG. The two of them chatted for a while before the middle-aged driver said that he had a mission and logged out. Gu Nianji looked up and saw that she was standing under a big tree at the entrance of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. The ginkgo trees in front of her towered into the sky, and the green leaves that looked like small fans shone brightly, making her eyes soar. Hu Xiaoheng stood silently beside her and reached out to hug her head, silently comforting her. Hu Xiaoheng had seen her group chat with the middle-aged driver. He also knew that Lena's death had been confirmed. It's okay. She died at her post. As a soldier, she died a worthy death. Hu Xiaoheng comforted Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji, she buried her head in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and smelled the refreshing and cold scent in his arms. Gu Nianji's uneasy heart gradually calmed down. This is your daily job. Gu Nianji murmured as she snuggled closer to him. You must take care of yourself. You must take care of yourself. Hu Xiaoheng patted her back and didn't say anything. He led her into the official residence's courtyard. The soldier standing guard in front of the door stood at attention and saluted Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work. The weather is hot, so the time you have to stand guard outside can be shortened by an hour." "Thank you, Chief. We're not hot." The soldier replied loudly, his head raised high. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. She struggled out of Hu Xiaoheng's arms and held his hand as they walked up the steps. "Major General Hua, I actually knew that Lena was most likely dead, but it was still very hard to hear the news." Gu Nianji looked up at Hu Xiaoheng longingly. His profile was tall and firm, mighty and calm. It seemed that nothing could shake his tenacious self-control and steely will. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "It's normal to feel bad. It would be cold-blooded not to feel bad." Gu Nianji curled her lips. "Well, that's good. I thought you would say that I'm not strong enough." "Of course not." Hu Xiaoheng patted her head. "I don't think anyone has the right to say that you're not strong enough to walk out of the Alps alive after being hunted down." Gu Nianji's dark eyes darted around and she smiled. "Major General Hua, you have that much confidence in me." Hu Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Nianji returned to her room and wrote a letter to Speaker Long and the Secretariat of the Senate to request that her official start date be postponed. She wanted to settle Luo Zhelan's lawsuit first. If she were to take up the position of Chief Legal Counsel of the Senate at the same time, there was a high chance that it would be detrimental to her lawsuit. Kai Xingnan had always been eyeing the position of Chief Legal Counsel. If she knew that Gu Nianji had officially started work, she would definitely not let go of this opportunity to discredit her. After a detailed discussion with her, Speaker Long agreed to her request, but requested that she delay her start date for no more than 3 months. After 3 months, regardless of whether Luo Zhelan's case was resolved or not, she had to start work. Gu Nianji calculated the time and felt that it should be more than enough, so she agreed and even signed the contract for a delay. After settling the matters with the Senate, Gu Nianji began to draft the indictment. She listed the evidence she had collected in order of priority, including witness and physical evidence. After showing it to He Zhichu, she handed it over to the prosecutor's office and requested that Luo Zhelan be prosecuted. While the prosecutor's office was reviewing Gu Nianji's claim, Gu Nianji pondered and asked Hu Xiaoheng about the Hu family's trust fund. She planned to file a civil lawsuit at the same time as she filed a criminal lawsuit, asking Luo Zhelan to repay the Hu family's trust fund. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a moment before saying, "These trust funds actually don't belong to the Hu family, but to my grandmother. So that means the trust fund actually belongs to the Xie family." Gu Nianji immediately understood. "Is your grandmother's will still there?" The will requested that the trust fund be distributed according to the trust fund distribution plan under her name. Hu Xiaoheng explained briefly. Hu Xiaoheng's grandmother, Xie Zian, was the eldest daughter of the Xie family. Her assets and properties covered the entire Blue Planet. During her serious illness, she had placed most of her assets into 3 irrevocable trust funds in a certain proportion. Trust. 80% of this was placed into an irrevocable trust fund with Hu Xiaoheng as the beneficiary. Irrevocable trust fund meant that the trustor gave up all ownership of these assets. Only the beneficiary could change or revoke the specific terms of the trust fund. This meant that only the beneficiary was the true owner of these assets. The other 20% was divided equally into 2 portions. One portion was given to her eldest son, Wu Guanyuan, who was also Luo Zhelan's nominal father. The other portion was given to her second son, Hu Guanchen, who was also Hu Xiaoheng's biological father. All the remaining assets were left to her husband, Hu Xuanong. However, Hu Xuanong had said at that time that he didn't need his wife's legacy. He had taken the initiative to place all the inheritance his wife had left him into an irrevocable trust fund with Hu Xiaoheng as the beneficiary. This way, more than 80% of Xie Xian's assets would be inherited by Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng's father, Hu Guanchen, also didn't use his mother's inheritance. He had once said that the trust fund under his name would be given to his grandson in the future. And what Luo Zhelan had inherited now was the irrevocable trust fund that had been given to Hu Guanyuan. Gu Nianji gasped when she heard this. No wonder she could buy a villa in the West Mountains. 10% of your grandmother's assets are in her hands. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was calm, but a hint of gloominess flashed through his eyes. West Mountain Villa. Luo Zhelan bought a villa in the West Mountains? Professor He and I went to the Lahuta restaurant in the West Mountains for dinner that day and met Luo Zhelan. She said herself that she had property there. I'll have to check it out. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it. The last time he had asked Uncle Xia to help check the direction of the trust fund under Luo Zhelan's name, it had confirmed that the trust fund had indeed transferred money to Seth's stepfather's bank account. However, Uncle Xia hadn't given him a follow-up response. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1298, Confirmation of the News. It was still the third update today. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the second update of the 100,000 Qidian coins that the leader of Momo Moshi had rewarded in August. At 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Mwah. Chapter 1309. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his office and called Yin Shixiang in. He said, I asked you to investigate Luo Zhelan's experiences over the years. How's your investigation going? Yin Shixiang quickly said, I told you before. Other than the year she was in Europe, which was a little difficult to investigate, everything else has been investigated. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Have you asked our field agents to investigate Europe? I've informed them. But because Luo Zhelan wasn't the target of their surveillance at that time, as you know, it's very difficult to make any substantial progress, Yin Shixiang said honestly. Although their people were scattered all over the world, they couldn't investigate whoever they wanted like they did in China, because they didn't have enough authority to use public equipment and facilities. Hu Xiaoheng pondered for a moment. Send what you found to my email. Yin Shixiang went back and forwarded the report on Luo Zhelan to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the time and estimated that it was around 7 in the morning in Europe. Although it was a little early, he still picked up the phone and called Uncle Xia. The phone rang 3 times before it was picked up. Is this Xiaoheng? Uncle Xia's gentle voice came through the phone. Hu Xiaoheng quickly said, Hello, is it convenient for you to speak now? Yes, I just came back from my morning jog, Uncle Xia said as he picked up the vitamin mineral water and took a big gulp. His name was Xia Beichen, and he was one of the best of his generation in the Xia family. If there were no accidents, he would be the next head of the Xia family. If there was anything to ask the Xia family for help, Xia Beichen was definitely the most powerful candidate. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. It's good that I didn't disturb you. Whether I disturbed you or not, I still disturbed you. Xia Beichen smiled and put down the mineral water. He sat in front of the breakfast counter in the kitchen and began to browse through today's news reports. Uncle, you're amazing. Hu Xiaoheng complimented him and got back to business. Uncle, you said that there was a follow-up to the trust fund I asked you to investigate last time. I wonder how the investigation is going. Xia Beichen took out his iPad and entered the encrypted folder. He pulled out the information he had found and frowned. Xiaoheng, this matter is a little troublesome. What trouble? Hu Xiaoheng was a little surprised. Even the Xia family felt it was troublesome. Because your uncle is the beneficiary of that irrevocable trust fund. In other words, only he has the right to investigate the fund's flow. I was able to find out about the last fund transfer because it was through a Swiss bank. Our Xia family has shares in a Swiss bank, and we also serve on the board of directors of a Swiss bank, so we can check it through a Swiss bank. If its flow isn't through a Swiss bank, but through another bank, then it would be very difficult to. At the very least, we need to know which banks this trust fund money is in. Xia Beichen was very regretful. I'm sorry, I might not be able to help you much. Xiaoheng said. Xiaoheng thought. Xia. Bead, what said. That's Xia to the family to Hua. Said. Cheng, I to say he. Yes, so now it's your uncle's heir who can control this trust fund, Xia Beichen said indifferently. That Luo Jialan you're investigating, right? Hua to. Hua Xiaoheng. He. Xiao. Hua. Said. For a moment, he even wondered if he should hack into the trust fund's computer network system. But what if the trust fund didn't put any useful materials online? Moreover, doing so would be detrimental to their case. Once it was revealed that their evidence was illegally obtained, the judge would directly discard these materials. That would be a huge loss. Therefore, what hackers obtained could only cause a sensation in the news, but it couldn't be used as evidence in court. An irrevocable trust fund only recognizes the beneficiary. That's something we can't change. Xia Beichen looked at his watch. I can send you what I found, but it won't be of much use. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. Okay, send it over for me to take a look. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. Xia Beichen's father, Xia Xinqing, went downstairs for breakfast. When he heard Xia Beichen talking to Hua Xiaoheng on the phone, he asked Xia Beichen to turn on the speakerphone so that everyone could talk together. Hua Xiaoheng heard Xia Xinqing's voice and quickly greeted him. He then took the opportunity to invite the father and son back to China. Granduncle, uncle, do you have any plans to return to China in the near future? Xia Xinqing laughed. Xiaoheng, you want me to return to China to attend your wedding, right? The news of you proposing to that little girl in Russia has reached us. I asked Beichen to record the news and watch it every day when I have time. Xia Beichen's father, Xia Xinqing, was the current head of the Xia family. He was also Hua Xiaoheng's grandmother, Xia Xian's biological brother. Wedding. It won't be possible in the near future. Hua Xiaoheng picked up a few darts on his desk and threw them at the dartboard on the opposite wall. He said, I want you to come back because of Luo Jialan's lawsuit. I might need your help to find someone to testify in court. Xia Beichen understood and didn't ask why Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be holding a wedding in the near future. He nodded. I can take some time to go back. If you need anything, just call this number. After a pause, Xia Beichen continued, your little fiancé's name is Gu Nianji, right? Hua Xiaoheng grunted. Give me her address. I have a gift for her. Xia Beichen wanted to show the Xia family support for Hua Xiaoheng's marriage. The gift that Xia Beichen wanted to give definitely couldn't be described as a little. Hua Xiaoheng was very happy, but his expression remained calm. You're too kind. She's a junior, so she should be the one to show her filial piety to you. Xia Beichen, this nephew of his was good at everything, but he was too steady. He couldn't find a single mistake in any aspect. Xia Beichen felt suffocated. Xiaoheng, I'm scared when you say that. Xia Beichen joked with him with a half-smile. What are you afraid of? The more polite you are, the more I'm afraid that my gift won't be presentable. Xia Beichen laughed out loud. You really value Nianji very much. After all, He was someone who truly cared about him and understood his personality and conduct very well. That was how he came to such a conclusion. On the other hand, his grandfather and father at home were at a loss for words. Hu Xiaoheng sighed slightly in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "Then don't be afraid. Just treat it as helping Nianji collect her dowry. You also know that she doesn't have parents and grew up with me. Now that I'm marrying her, I'm worried that others will gossip and hurt her." Actually, Gu Nianji didn't care about what others said. All she cared about was whether Hu Xiaoheng really had her in his heart. However, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't pretend that the hurt didn't exist just because Gu Nianji didn't care anymore. Xie Xinqing listened from the side and understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. He immediately decided to double the amount of gift he would give Gu Nianji. "Xiaoheng, Beichen might be busy, but I'm very free. I'll be returning to China next week and holding an engagement party for Nianji at the Jiaodai State Guest House in the imperial capital. When that time comes, I want to see who dares to look down on the person that I, Xie Xinqing, want to support." He wanted to see Hu Xiaoheng happy. This was his sister Xie Xian's wish. He could also tell that after so many years, only Gu Nianji could make Hu Xiaoheng have the desire to get married, so he couldn't let anyone ruin Hu Xiaoheng's happiness. "That's great." Hu Xiaoheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "My grandfather can't say anything else now." Xie Xinqing sensed that something was wrong. "Doesn't your grandfather agree to your marriage?" "Yes, grandfather once had a whimsical idea. He wanted me and Luo Jialan to get a marriage certificate and get a fake marriage." Hu Xiaoheng only said this lightly. Xie Xinqing was already exploding with anger. It was as if old and new hatred had surged into his heart. What? That old fart. Does he think that all of our Xie family members are dead? Tell him to wait. I'll go back immediately. I'll bring a basket back, break that old fart's bones, put them in the basket, and throw them in front of my sister's coffin as incense ash. This was today's second update, chapter 1299, Looking for a Backer. Today was still the third update. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update of the 100,000 Chidian coins that the leader of Momo Moshi had rewarded in August had arrived. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1310. Old Master Xia was already so old, but his temper was still so hot. On the other side of the phone, Xia Beichen was trying to persuade Old Master Xia. "Dad, don't worry. Be careful, or your blood pressure will rise again. I'm not in a hurry. Look at what he's done to that family." As a man, he couldn't control his lower body and was led by the nose by a woman. As a parent, you can't even take care of your own home. You bring all the dirty and smelly things into your own home. Old Master Xia scolded Hu Xuanong, and Xia Beichen felt very awkward. Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind. He curled his lips and advised, "Granduncle, please take it easy. How are you going to return to the country if you get angry?" Grandfather Xia said angrily, "Don't worry, I'll definitely return next week. I'll get Beichen to prepare a private plane right now." Old Master Xia had to prepare more than one private plane for his return to China. However, this was something for Xia Beichen to worry about, so Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. After putting down the phone, Hu Xiaoheng continued with his work. Gu Nianji waited a few days after handing over the indictment to the prosecutor's office. Finally, she received a call from the prosecutor's office asking her to go there in person. Gu Nianji quickly drove to the prosecutor's office. Because of her special identity, the person who came to receive her was a female prosecutor with a relatively high position in the procuratorate. In the small conference room, the female prosecutor smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with Gu Nianji. Then, she said apologetically, "Lawyer Gu, we have carefully reviewed the materials you submitted. We all agree that the evidence you have for suing Luo Jialan for intentional homicide against Miss Song Jining is slightly insufficient. Gu Nianji knew that this matter wouldn't be so easy. Previously, she had also had the attitude of, do your best and leave it to fate. But she wanted to hear what the lady prosecutor had to say. Therefore, he still revealed a very disappointed expression, pursed his lips, and said with a gloomy expression, how could this be? Can't we sue her? Of course you can. If you want to sue Luo Jialan for intentional injury, mental abuse, or domestic violence, you can. These can all be directly filed in court, there is no need to go through our procuratorate. The female prosecutor's attitude was very amiable. Also, I've seen the materials you've prepared. They're very detailed and complete. The possibility of a private prosecution winning is very high. But if you want to charge intentional homicide, the possibility of filing a case is almost zero. Gu Nianji clenched her fists and said angrily, I just can't stand it. Luo Jialan has been mentally abusing a patient who has been severely traumatized for 7 to 8 years. If she doesn't want her to die, then what is? This is your inference, but from the evidence you submitted, as a third party, we don't see the need for her to do so. You need direct and subjective evidence to prove that the other party really had a reason to kill Song Jining. But judging from your materials, Luo Jialan has no reason to kill Song Jining. Even if she wanted to avenge her mother, it would be more than enough to mentally abuse her for 7 to 8 years. The female prosecutor's attitude showed that Gu Nianji's evidence was not enough to convince the public to prove that Luo Jialan had a reason to kill Song Jining. The crime of intentional homicide was almost one of the heaviest crimes in the criminal law. Therefore, whether it was the procuratorate or the court, they were very careful in the prosecution and trial of this crime. Gu Nianji talked to the female prosecutor for a long time and finally decided to withdraw her indictment. She planned to go back and think about other ideas. She came out of the procuratorate. There was a lot of traffic and pedestrians in front of the door. The sun was shining brightly above her head, and early summer had arrived as scheduled. After turning a corner to the parking lot, Gu Nianji got into the car and drove aimlessly through the city. Unknowingly, she found herself at the Institute of High Energy Physics where Song Jining was located. Since she was here, she should go and see Miss Song. Ever since she had returned from Russia, Miss Song had thrown herself into another round of crazy experiments and had no contact with the outside world at all. Gu Nianji registered her intentions at the sentry box at the entrance of the Institute of High Energy Physics and showed her identification before she was allowed to enter. She was surprised to find that the security system here was much better than before. Other than the sentries at the door being replaced by regular soldiers, there should be many hidden sentries around. The cameras on the walls were densely packed, and they could monitor any angle without any blind spots. Gu Nianji arrived at Song Jining's laboratory building with ease. There was another sentry at the door, and a female security guard came over with a detector to examine her from head to toe. There was also a special device to examine the computer bag and briefcase she carried with her. It was almost exactly the same as the security system on the plane. Gu Nianji clearly remembered that it hadn't been so troublesome to come here before. She was slightly surprised and went to the 6th floor where Song Jining was. The laboratory building wasn't tall. It didn't stand out among the surrounding high-rise buildings, but it was also particularly hidden. Miss Gu, you're here. Please sit for a while. Director Song is in the middle of an experiment. It will be over in a few minutes. Song Jining's assistant greeted Gu Nianji warmly and placed a bottle of mineral water on the table. Please enjoy. Why are you being so polite with me? Go and do your work. I'll sit by myself for a while. Gu Nianji waved her hand and smiled as she sat in the small sitting room in Song Jining's office. She took out her laptop and began to edit her indictment. She sat for half an hour and finally waited for Song Jining to finish the experiment. Little Nianji, why are you free to visit me today? Song Jining's pleasant voice came from outside the door before she even arrived. Gu Nianji looked up and saw a beautiful woman in a white coat walking in with a smile on her face. Although she knew Song Jining's real age and was very familiar with her, Gu Nianji would still be slightly dazed every time she suddenly saw Song Jining. It was a feeling of being conquered by true beauty. Gu Nianji composed herself and stood up from the sofa. Miss Song, how do you take care of yourself? I heard that you do experiments every day. Why are you getting more and more beautiful? You're not doing an experiment to preserve your looks, are you? Gu Nianji blinked at Song Jining. Song Jining smiled happily. Her face was rosy and delicate. There was no trace of makeup on, only ordinary moisturizer. However, the luster of her skin spread from the inside out. She was no less beautiful than a 19-year-old girl like Gu Nianji. She touched her face and said contentedly, maybe I'm in high spirits when I'm happy. Look, I'm about to hold my grandchildren. Of course I'm happy. Happiness is the best beauty product. Gu Nianji blushed slightly and said, you only know how to tease me. Isn't it because your experiments are getting better, so you're really happy? Gu Nianji knew that to Song Jining, compared to the results of the experiments, her grandchildren were inferior. Of course not. My experiments are as important as my grandchildren. Song Jining smiled as she came to Gu Nianji's side and glanced at her stomach. You suddenly came to see me. Are you pregnant? Xiaoheng still refuses to get married. I'll scold this kid and drag him to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you. Gu Nianji was speechless. She quickly grabbed Song Jining and said in a low voice, of course not. I'm here because I just came from the prosecutor's office. In the end, they think there's not enough evidence to prosecute Luo Jialan for intentional homicide. Song Jining understood and pulled Gu Nianji to sit down with her. Then what's wrong? Or is it really inappropriate? Then let's not prosecute her for intentional homicide. No. Gu Nianji shook her head without hesitation. In the beginning, I really just wanted to teach her an unforgettable lesson and keep her away from my people and my home. But the more I investigated, the more I realized that she really had the intention to kill you. It's just that she was very secretive and didn't want anyone to see through her. At that time, Luo Jialan was still a member of the Hua family. She still had designs on Hua Xiaoheng, so she couldn't let anyone know that she had the intention to kill Song Jining. Because of this, she didn't have any obvious motives for her actions. I see. Little Nianji, I do support you. Song Jining stroked Gu Nianji's long hair regretfully. But if there's no sufficient evidence, it's not that there isn't any. The key is that the prosecutor's office said that there's not enough subjective motive to prove that she wanted to kill someone. Gu Nianji began to complain. I've written all of Uncle Hua's feelings for you in the materials. Even that won't do. This was considered a family scandal of the Hua family. Gu Nianji didn't even want to include this in the materials, but Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining told her that it didn't matter. Anyway, even if Gu Nianji didn't say this, Luo Jialan would definitely say it in court in order to get away with it. Instead of letting Luo Jialan confuse right and wrong, it would be better for them to tell the whole story first. However, even if this was included in the materials of the indictment, the evidence was still slightly insufficient. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and took out her materials for Song Jining to see. Song Jining read through it quickly and said, the materials you've prepared are very detailed and sufficient. Although I don't know much about legal terminology, I can tell that what you're lacking is the last point. With this point, you'll be able to tie up the entire case. Gu Nianji nodded and asked Song Jining thoughtfully, can you tell me more about your relationship with Luo Xinchue, Luo Jialan, and Uncle Hua? Do you remember everything that happened before your accident? What Song Jining didn't remember was what had happened in the past decade after she had been traumatized. She remembered everything before and after clearly. She thought about it carefully and started from the beginning. I remember one evening, after I finished my experiment and came out of the lab, Guan Yuan was smoking at the door. I told him that you can't smoke here. He threw away the cigarette butt and told me that he was getting married. I congratulated him immediately. He smiled and said that he was doing it to deal with his parents' forced marriage and to take care of his comrade's orphan. He told me that Luo Xinxue was already pregnant, and that she was pregnant before marriage. In that era, it was very difficult for a woman to deal with. And he happened to have promised his comrade to take care of her, so he proposed to her and killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Song Jining sighed with a hint of melancholy in her tone. When Gu Nianji heard this, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She grabbed Song Jining and said anxiously, "Wait, what happened? You knew that Luo Zhelan wasn't Uncle Hua's biological daughter?" "I knew, but I never told anyone." If it wasn't for the fact that it was later exposed in court, I would have kept it a secret until I died of old age. Think about it, if I told you about such a thing, how would Luo Xinxue conduct herself? And the Hua family wouldn't let her marry into the family. This was the 3rd update of the day, chapter 1300, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Today was still the 3rd update. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1311. Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining in disbelief. She thought to herself, Uncle Hua actually told Ms. Song such a private matter. Ms. Song, Uncle Hua must have trusted you a lot to tell you such a thing. Gu Nianji said carefully, afraid that Song Jining would make unnecessary associations. Song Jining didn't think too much about it. She raised her eyebrows and said proudly, I'm a very good person. I wouldn't divulge anyone's secret even if they told me it. She was saying it now because it was no longer a secret. Ever since Bai Genie's case, everyone knew that Luo Zhelan wasn't Hua Guanyuan's biological daughter. Gu Nianji was a little speechless. She nodded and said, Does Luo Zhelan know that you know her background? Song Jining frowned and thought about it for a moment. I'm not sure about that. I didn't tell anyone. During her years of insanity, she only remembered what happened before she was 18 years old, so she probably wouldn't have told anyone about it at that time. For example, Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu, the 2 housekeepers who had taken care of her back then, didn't know at all. They were the people who had been in contact with Song Jining the most over the years. If they didn't know, Song Jining probably hadn't revealed a single word. Gu Nianji was silent for a long time. She thought that if Song Jining had never mentioned this to anyone else, then Luo Zhelan wouldn't have killed Song Jining because of this. According to logic, Luo Zhelan didn't know that Song Jining was an insider of her background. But why did she do that? She had spent nearly 10 years torturing Song Jining in an attempt to use mental abuse to gradually weaken a mentally ill patient who had suffered severe brain trauma until she lost her life. This method was really killing without spilling blood. Gu Nianji frowned and muttered to herself, if she didn't know that you knew about her background, then she wouldn't have had any reason to do this. But the truth is that she did do this, so I think she must have found out from other sources that you also know about her background. Then who would be her other source? Gu Nianji thought of someone, Luo Xinxue. She was Luo Zhelan's biological mother. Of course, Luo Xinxue knew that Luo Zhelan wasn't Hua Guanyuan's biological daughter, and she had told her about it after Luo Zhelan became sensible. This was what Luo Zhelan had said herself. Could it be that Luo Xinxue knew that Hua Guanyuan had told Song Jining about this? Gu Nianji only felt that her mind was covered in fog. The truth was like a lamp in the fog, faintly discernible. It made people feel that it was close at one moment and far at the next. Miss Song, think about it again. What else did Uncle Hua say to you back then? Is it related to Luo Zhelan, himself, or the entire Hua family? Gu Nianji continued to inspire Song Jinning's memories and thoughts. Song Jinning closed her eyes. After a while, she said, at that time, Hua Guanyuan said that his parents were forcing him to get married, and Luo Xinxue was pregnant. Her fiancé had died trying to save Hua Guanyuan, so he decided to marry her. It would help himself, his comrades, and Luo Xinxue. After my mother-in-law passed away, he often went out on missions and was rarely at home. I remember that on the eve of the accident, I came out of the lab very late and saw him standing alone under a big tree outside the lab building, smoking. When he saw me coming, he threw away the cigarette and came home with me. On the way, he told me, Song Jinning felt that something was wrong. Why would Hua Guanyuan say such a thing to her at that time? Unfortunately, at that time, she had been so focused on the experiment that she had rarely taken care of her own son, let alone ponder the thoughts of her husband's brother. Song Jinning opened her eyes in a daze and didn't speak for a long time. Gu Nianji waited patiently by the side until Song Jinning's eyes focused again. Gu Nianji asked softly, what did Uncle Hua say? Song Jinning gritted her teeth. Although she felt a little embarrassed, she still said in a low voice. That day was the day before the big experiment. If we successfully completed the experiment the next day, the project with the military would be completed. Hua Guanyuan was originally a representative of the military, and he represented the military in cooperating with our lab. If the experiment was completed, he would have to leave our lab and go on a mission elsewhere. That night, he said that according to the military's practice, every time they went out on a secret mission, they would write a will in advance. If they were to unfortunately die, their funeral would also be properly arranged. Gu Nianji raised her head abruptly. A will? Uncle Hua has a will. That's right. How could she have forgotten that? When soldiers went out on missions, they would often write a will in advance and hand it over to the military instructor. If they came back alive, of course, the will would be returned to be invalid. If they didn't come back alive, this will would be their last words in this world. However, Gu Nianji was only happy for a moment before she deflated like a ball that had been pricked by a needle. Because if Hua Guanyuan had a will, it could only prove that Xia Xian's trust fund in Luo Zhelan's hands was a completely legal inheritance. Then there would be no way for them to recover the money in the trust fund from Luo Zhelan. No wonder Luo Zhelan was so confident and happy to use the Xia family's money. Gu Nianji was frowning as she thought about how to get out of this situation when she heard Song Jinning say, yes, Hua Guanyuan said he made a will and wanted to give all his assets to Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji looked up in surprise and glared at Song Jinning. Her emotions were like a roller coaster. She couldn't control herself because of Song Jinning's words. What did you say? Uncle Hua said he made a will and wanted to give all his assets to Major General Hua. Gu Nianji asked in a trembling voice. Song Jinning nodded slightly, her face a little red. Yes, you also think it's inappropriate, don't you? I politely refused at the time and said that it was his property and should be left to his own children. But he said that he didn't have anyone he liked in his life. He married Luo Xinxue to take care of her and give her and the child in her stomach a name. He also said that although they were married, he had never touched her. Gu Nianji covered her forehead with her hand and covered her eyes. She couldn't take it anymore, she was a little dizzy. Uncle Hua was too coquettish. But isn't it unfair for him to do this to Luo Xinxue? Gu Nianji composed herself and asked softly, by doing this, Uncle Hua is making Luo Xinxue a widow. Song Jinning nodded and said with a wry smile, I said the same thing back then. I said that since he was married to Luo Xinxue, he had to shoulder the responsibilities of a husband. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to Luo Xinxue. Then what did Uncle Hua say? Gu Nianji was very curious and couldn't help but gossip. He said that he and Luo Xinxue had an agreement. When Luo Xinxue found someone she liked, he would divorce her and let her find her own happiness. If she didn't want children, she could leave Luo Zhelan in the Hua family. Because Luo Zhelan is Hua Guanyuan's daughter in name, he didn't deny the whole thing to the outside world. As long as he doesn't say it, and Luo Xinxue doesn't say it, no one will know Luo Zhelan's true identity. But you know. Gu Nianji quietly reminded Song Jining. Song Jining looked at her strangely, as if she was surprised that she had said that. She told her disapprovingly, but I won't tell anyone. Hua Guanyuan told me about it because he knew I would keep it a secret. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. I'm afraid Uncle Hua didn't tell you about it because you could keep it a secret, right? This was really, she finally understood why Hua Guanyuan was so much more outstanding than his younger brother Hua Guanchen, but he couldn't win over Song Jining, a beauty with a high IQ and low EQ, because his overly reserved way of expressing himself didn't work at all on a mad scientist like Song Jining. And Hua Guanchen had probably used a very straightforward way of pursuing her to move the heart of a genius beauty who was very straightforward in terms of love. Song Jining's EQ wasn't low, but she was a little off when it came to love. She probably didn't expect Hua Guanyuan to like her at the time. It wasn't until 17 years later, when Bai Genie's case was being tried, that Song Jining realized that this person she had known for a long time had secretly had feelings for her. This was truly a strange combination of factors that made one sigh. However, she had been worried that Hua Guanyuan would go all out as a saint. Not only would he help someone else raise a child, but he would also lose all his assets. Now that she had heard Song Jining's words, she felt that Hua Guanyuan was still a normal person. Although he was stubborn when it came to relationships, at least he wasn't too muddle-headed. He didn't give his mother Xie Xian's assets to an outsider. Instead, he chose to leave it to his nephew, Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji sighed in her heart and continued to ask excitedly, "What about Uncle Hua's will?" Song Jining frowned. "I don't know. Didn't the military announce his will?" Hua Guanyuan and Song Jining had met with an accident in that experiment. Hua Guanyuan's body had been destroyed in the explosion, and Song Jining had been pushed out of the laboratory at the last moment. Her head had suffered a severe concussion, and her memory had stopped at the age of 18. She had become a serious mental patient. Therefore, Song Jining had no idea what happened to Hua Guanyuan after that. However, this question wasn't difficult to answer. Song Jining didn't know, but Hua Xiaoheng should know. If Hua Xiaoheng didn't know, there was still General Ji. Hua Guanyuan was a martyr of the military. There must have been rules and detailed records of how he had handled his funeral. Gu Nianji recalled that during the trial of Bai Genie's case, she seemed to have mentioned what Hua Guanyuan's belongings were. She clearly remembered that Hua Guanyuan's will had not been mentioned at that time. If it had been mentioned, Gu Nianji definitely wouldn't have overlooked such an important thing. Whether the will had not been fulfilled at all, or whether the will had not been announced, was what Gu Nianji wanted to investigate next. She came out of Song Jining's laboratory and couldn't wait to call Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang with a busy tone. It was probably inconvenient for him to answer the phone. Gu Nianji sent him a text message. "Major General Hua, do you know where your uncle's will is? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1301, How to Woo a Genius Beauty. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. We'll update again when the monthly votes reach 1800. The second update at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1312. When Hua Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji's message, it was already an hour later. He had just come out of the conference room and turned on his phone when he saw the message. He was slightly taken aback and subconsciously called Gu Nianji. "Nianji, why do you ask?" Wearing a Bluetooth headset, he walked unhurriedly down the long corridor. His leather boots made a rustling sound on the floor, echoing in the corridor. Gu Nianji had already returned to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. After taking a shower, she sat on the windowsill of the bay window with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She looked at the colorful flowers in the small garden downstairs and muttered to Hu Xiaoheng, "Major General Hua, I just came back from Miss Song's place and heard something from her." Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and asked calmly, "What is it?" "My uncle's will." "That's one thing. There's another thing. Your uncle told your mother that Luo Jialan wasn't your uncle's biological daughter long before he married Luo Xinchue." Hu Xiaoheng was a little surprised. "Did Miss Song know that Luo Jialan wasn't my uncle's biological daughter many years ago?" "Yes, Miss Song didn't tell anyone." "How do you think Luo Jialan knew that Miss Song knew about her background?" Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said, "The most likely possibility is by genie." Gu Nianji's eyes widened. "Ha! No way. I've always guessed that it was Luo Xinchue." Luo Xinchue had told Luo Jialan the truth about her background after she became sensible. Could it be that she had also told Luo Jialan that Song Jining knew about it? Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. "Luo Xinchue didn't have the chance to know about it. She didn't know Miss Song at all before she married my uncle. Then how could it be by genie?" Gu Nianji was surprised. Bai Genie didn't say a word during the last court trial. I think Bai Genie didn't know that this matter was so important that Luo Jialan wanted to kill her. Hu Xiaoheng analyzed calmly. Judging from the situation between Luo Jialan and Bai Genie at the time, the two of them had been friends for a long time. They could be considered best friends despite their age difference. Okay, then let's analyze it. First of all, how did Bai Genie know about this? Where did she find out? Gu Nianji's interest was piqued. She loved reasoning and reasoning. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "Is Lawyer Gu here to interrogate me?" As he spoke, he walked to his office and pushed the door open. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his desk and sat down. He closed the door and said to Gu Nianji, "There are two reasons why I think it's Bai Genie. First, she and my mother were doing experiments in the same lab. When my uncle talked to my mother, she was the one who had the chance to be the one who had ears. In other words, it was very likely that Bai Genie had happened to overhear Hu Guanyuan's conversation with Song Jining." Gu Nianji remembered Song Jining's description of the scene. It happened outside her lab. What if Bai Genie had been in the lab at the time? Gu Nianji nodded. That makes sense. What about the second reason? The second reason is, of course, that Bai Genie has always had a crush on my uncle, so it's very likely that she's been keeping an eye on my uncle's movements. I understand. This means that Bai Genie had an objective opportunity and motive to come into contact with this secret. Although it's a deduction, it's very close to the truth. Gu Nianji twirled her hair with her fingers and nodded approvingly. And later, Bai Genie and Luo Jialan became friends, so she had more opportunities to talk about this matter. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Lawyer Gu is still the best. You immediately summarized it. You're not allowed to laugh at me. Gu Nianji sat up straight and joked with a smile. If you laugh at me again, I'll ignore you. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled and ignored her coquettishness. He continued, although I have two reasons to prove that Bai Genie is the most likely third party to know about this matter, I don't know why she didn't take advantage of this and push the blame onto Luo Jialan in Bai Genie's case. I think she was also fooled by Luo Jialan. Gu Nianji shrugged. Luo Jialan will definitely tell Bai Genie that she knew about this a long time ago. Her mother didn't hide it from her since she was young. If that's the case, Bai Genie won't think this news is so explosive, and she won't reveal the whole thing in court. Because she doesn't think that doing so will help her get away with her crime. Instead, she will be looked down upon even more because of her eavesdropping behavior. That might be the only explanation. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips in admiration. It's closer to the truth than the reason I thought of myself. Hua Xiaoheng is too kind. I was just saying. Gu Nianji pretended to be reserved and modest. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. He could almost see Gu Nianji's big eyes narrowing. She was like a cat being tickled under the sun. He couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and dote on her. Major General Hua, I want to see Bai Jini. Gu Nianji turned on her phone and checked. She was sentenced to death a year and a half ago with a 2-year reprieve. There's only half a year left until the execution. Will her sentence be commuted to life imprisonment? Generally speaking, most of the suspended death sentences would be commuted to life imprisonment in the end. If they were reformed well during this period, they might even be released with a reduced sentence. Hua Xiaoheng said lightly, if you want to see her, hurry up and see her. Her death sentence was actually suspended for 2 years. Gu Nianji could hear the viciousness in Hua Xiaoheng's tone. It seemed that he had made up his mind. Otherwise, Bai Jini would have a chance to get out of prison alive. Gu Nianji immediately said, then I'll apply to see Bai Jini. Bai Jini was on death row. Although her sentence was suspended for 2 years, she was still being held in solitary confinement. Gu Nianji was also a little curious. Bai Jini's brother, Bai Jianqing, was the new prime minister. Didn't he think of a way to get Bai Jini out of prison as soon as possible? However, Hua Xiaoheng's attitude just now made it clear that he refused to see Bai Jini have any chance of commuting her sentence. He wanted her to be executed. Even if her sentence was suspended for 2 years, it would only be a suspension. He wanted her to die without delay. Gu Nianji immediately found the prison where Bai Jini was being held and applied for a visit. Bai Jini was the key to her current case. Through Bai Jini, she could connect Luo Zhelan and Song Jining. Bai Jini could prove that Song Jining had long known about Luo Zhelan's true background. At the same time, Bai Jini could also prove that she had told Luo Zhelan about it. Coupled with Hua Guanyuan's missing will, all of this together could prove that Luo Zhelan really had a motive to kill. Hello. Is this Green City Women's Prison? I'd like to apply to see Ms. Bai Jini there. Gu Nianji politely called Green City Women's Prison. The women prisoners here were all felons. The prison staff politely asked Gu Nianji to show her identification. After checking her name, the staff said regretfully, I'm sorry, you're not on the visitation list. If you want to come to our Green City Women's Prison, you can call Bai Jini first and get her verbal permission to come in. Then may I ask what Bai Jini's phone number is? Gu Nianji asked with a smile, she's a felon. Does she have a phone and internet in her room? Of course not. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead. As he spoke, he called Bai Jini over and asked her to answer the phone. This is today's second update, Chapter 1302, The Messenger. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. When the monthly votes reach 1800, we'll do it again. Mwah. Chapter 1313. Bai Jini walked into the small room in her striped prison uniform. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses with her hand and said slowly, Who's calling? She said she's a lawyer. Her surname is Gu. A lawyer with the surname Gu. Bai Jini frowned and immediately thought of someone she hated. She immediately turned around and walked out. I won't see her. The prison staff responsible for answering the phone did not stop her. He said helplessly to Gu Nianji on the other end of the phone, Did you hear that? She won't see you. What can I do? Prisoners also had human rights. If she didn't want to see you, how could she force her? Gu Nianji chuckled and said, She won't see me. Tell her I'll ask her brother, Prime Minister Bai, and see if she'll still want to see me if her brother shows up. Gu Nianji knew that Bai Jini's only hope of getting out alive was her brother, Prime Minister Bai Jianqing. Gu Nianji threatened Bai Jini with Prime Minister Bai, so Bai Jini would definitely be wary. As expected, the staff stopped Bai Jini, who was walking out, and said, "Lawyer Gu said that if you don't see her, she'll go to Prime Minister Bai and ask him to speak." As expected, Bai Jini stopped in her tracks and cursed Gu Nianji for being too cunning. But she couldn't let Gu Nianji really go to her brother. She knew that Gu Nianji was a stubborn little girl. Not only was she capable, but she also had Hu Xiaoheng behind her. She couldn't afford to offend or hide, so she had to see him. Bai Jini turned around and walked back. She took the phone from the staff with a straight face and said woodenly, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm Gu Nianji. You should remember me." "Oh, Gu Nianji. I don't remember." Bai Jini denied it flatly because she didn't want Gu Nianji to have an easy time. Gu Nianji didn't mind and said lightly, "You don't remember me. How old are you? You're already suffering from Alzheimer's disease and memory loss." "Shut up." Bai Jini was so angry at Gu Nianji's words that her chest heaved up and down. She could barely control her temper. Gu Nianji curled her lips and her voice was still calm. "Do you remember? Let's get back to business. I want to see you. The prison guard said that he can only see you if you agree, so I called first to ask for your permission." Bai Jini's face twitched. She wanted to say, "I don't agree," but Gu Nianji had already said, "If you don't agree, I'll go talk to Prime Minister Bai. Let's see if Prime Minister Bai will do me a favor and let a busy man like you see me." His tone was not without sarcasm, but it also carried a hint of threat. Bai Jini's older brother, Bai Jianqing, was the Prime Minister, and a Prime Minister who cherished his reputation. There were 4 siblings in the Bai family, and 2 of them were in trouble. The second brother, Bai Yuxing, had committed treason. She was the youngest sister, but she had been sentenced to death for murdering Luo Xinxue. Although the sentence was suspended for 2 years, and there was a high possibility that it could be commuted to life imprisonment, if Bai Jianqing wanted to put justice before family, she would have no choice but to die. Bai Jini didn't dare to gamble, because she knew how many years her brother had worked hard to be elected prime minister. This was also a position that the entire Bai family was proud of. Her life had already been ruined, but she couldn't ruin her big brother as well. If she ruined her big brother, she could just die. Bai Jini suppressed the anger in her heart and said stiffly, "If you want to come, then come. I'll make it clear in advance that I'm just a felon. I can't do anything. I can't help you, nor can I get in your way." That was exactly what Gu Nianji wanted. "Okay, then I'll make an appointment with your prison and come see you as soon as possible." Gu Nianji finished speaking and asked Bai Jini to transfer the call back to the staff member. Because Bai Jini had already agreed, the staff member didn't make things difficult for Gu Nianji and made an appointment for them to meet. The Green City Women's Prison was in Green City, more than 200 kilometers away from the imperial capital. In order to see Bai Jini as soon as possible, Gu Nianji made an appointment at 9 o'clock the next morning. She put down the phone and saw that it was already dark outside. She went downstairs to eat something and went to bed. She had to sleep early because she needed to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and rush to Green City to meet at 9 o'clock. That night, Hu Xiaoheng didn't return to the official residence. Instead, he went to the military headquarters courtyard to ask General Ji, who handled Hu Guanyuan's funeral after his uncle Hu Guanyuan died, and where Hu Guanyuan's will was. When he heard Gu Nianji's words, he immediately understood. As a soldier, he would write a will in advance before he went on a major mission. He had a will, and so did his father, Hu Guanqin. His uncle, Hu Guanyuan, should have a will. Because 17 years had passed, although the military had detailed records of such matters, for the sake of confidentiality, the records related to the experimental accident were all kept on paper and were not allowed to be entered into the computer network. Hu Xiaoheng could only go to the headquarters information room to search. He brought in Shixiang and Bai Jini all the way from the information room to the basement. Finally, when it was almost dawn, he found the file of the experimental accident. In Shixiang didn't have enough security clearance to open the file. Therefore, after he handed the file to Hu Xiaoheng, he walked to the corridor outside the door and stood guard for Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng sat alone on the sofa in the basement of the information room. His expression was calm as he flipped through the records related to the list of people who died in the experimental accident, the inventory of their belongings, the list, and the final delivery procedures. Huo Guanyuan, male, 36 years old, senior colonel rank, died in. His belongings are all handed over to his wife, Luo Xinxue. However, his will was not listed in the list of belongings. Could it be that his will was only handed over to his wife? It wasn't recorded. The receipt signed by Luo Xinxue was also placed in his information room, and there was no separate will listed in it. This was a little strange. Could it be that there really wasn't a will? However, he had a hunch that since Huo Guanyuan had mentioned it to Song Jining, he probably wasn't lying to her. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and thought for a while. In the end, he put down the information and left the information room. He saw that it was almost dawn, so he and Yin Shixiang laid down in the lounge upstairs for a while to rest. When it was 7:00, he and Yin Shixiang left the information room building to look for General Ji. General Ji had just returned from his morning exercise and met Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang at the door. Xiaoheng, Big Xiong, good morning. General Ji greeted them with a smile. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang stood at attention and saluted. Good morning, Chief. Good. Don't be so restrained. Come, have you had breakfast? If you haven't, let's eat together. General Ji kindly brought Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang into his house. They didn't stand on ceremony and followed General Ji to his restaurant for breakfast. General Ji liked old people's tastes. In the morning, he had fried golden fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a steamer of white, fat, and hot tofu skin buns. The fillings inside were all vegetarian. There were tofu, vegetarian chicken, tofu, shepherd's purse, and fresh mushrooms. It was very delicious. However, although it tasted good, it wasn't enough for Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang. The two of them ate 5 tofu skin buns each, but they still felt like they hadn't eaten at all. They could only eat a few more fried dough sticks. General Ji looked at the two of them emotionally and said, "It's still good to be young. Everything tastes good." Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang almost choked on a mouthful of fried dough stick. It took him a long time to swallow it. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him, and he immediately understood and said, "What would you two like to drink?" Hu Xiaoheng ordered Colombian black coffee, and General Ji still wanted tea. Yin Shixiang took the opportunity to leave the restaurant and go to the kitchen to make coffee and tea so that Hu Xiaoheng and General Ji could speak alone. "General Ji, I have a private matter to ask you." Hu Xiaoheng lowered his voice. "If you think it's inconvenient, you don't have to say it. Please don't feel pressured. You brat, don't give me that. Tell me, what's the big deal?" General Ji smiled as he took out a cigar and knocked it on the dining table. Hu Xiaoheng quickly took the blade and helped General Ji cut the cigar. He then lit it with a lighter and said, "It's like this. I want to ask, who did my uncle give his will to?" General Ji was stunned. "Huo Guanyuan's will. He didn't give it to his family. Didn't he have a wife and daughter?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at General Ji without batting an eyelid. "My aunt has already passed away. She was killed by Bai Jini. His daughter, Luo Zhelan, is not his biological daughter, but the posthumous child of his comrade." General Ji slapped his forehead in realization. Oh. Oh, I'm getting old. My memory is really bad. I remember now. That's true. Sigh, your uncle is so pitiful. He sacrificed himself for the country and didn't even leave behind a descendant. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I also just remembered that as a soldier, my uncle would definitely have a will when he carried out that kind of mission. However, I didn't see a will on the list of his belongings. General Ji took a puff of his cigar and looked at the French window across from him. He said softly, Xiaoheng, in the era when your uncle died, the will didn't specify that it must be listed on the list of his belongings. Hua Xiaoheng, at that time, he was only 12 years old and hadn't joined the army yet, so he didn't know about these things. Because in that era, soldiers who died had a will to leave to their families. This was a convention, and there was no need to specifically mention it. Everyone knew about it, so the military didn't insist that the will be listed as one of the belongings on the list. Hua Xiaoheng understood. Then the reason why the will was listed as one of the belongings on the list was because something happened, right? Yes. General Ji said straightforwardly, something did happen later. The will of the soldier who died was maliciously intercepted, destroyed, or tampered with, causing a lot of property disputes. Later, the military forcibly stipulated that the will was also a relic of the soldier who died and must be listed on the list of belongings. When it was handed over to the family had to sign to indicate that they had received the will. He stared at Hua Xiaoheng. It seems that your uncle's will was also intercepted or destroyed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them 17 years to track down the whereabouts of the will. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment. Do you still remember who was in charge of the will at that time? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1303, Falling. A reminder for everyone about your monthly and recommended tickets. Today is the third update. The monthly ticket is 1,800 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update is at 8 p.m. My dear friends are so amazing, so awesome. Chapter 1314. General Ji thought about it for a while and rubbed his white beard with one hand. He suddenly frowned and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. What's wrong? Do you remember now? Hua Xiaoheng asked immediately. Although he reacted quickly, he wasn't particularly anxious. His tone was still neither fast nor slow, making it difficult to figure out his thoughts. General Ji nodded slightly. He thought he would tell Hua Xiaoheng. He should be more reliable than his father, Hua Guanqin. He raised the cigar in his hand and took a few more puffs. General Ji lowered his eyes and said calmly, if I remember correctly, your uncle's suicide note was given to a vice president of the military for safekeeping. A vice president of the military? Who is it? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and took out his phone. He began to search for the vice presidents of the military 17 years ago. There was only one president of the military, but there could be several vice presidents. There were 8 at most, and 3 at least. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't remember who the vice presidents of the military were at that time. On his phone, the list of all the vice presidents of the military from 17 years ago was displayed on the military intranet. Every one of them had a name, photo, and a simple resume. The first on the list was Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather, Hua Xuanong, the father of Hua Guanyuan, who had died. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers paused. There was no need to ask anymore. He knew who had the suicide note. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head as usual and smiled. Thank you for your guidance, General Ji. I'll go back and ask now. Don't worry. General Ji smiled and took a puff of his cigar. He said meaningfully, your grandfather is old. He was very stubborn back then, so he must be even more stubborn now. You have to smooth things over. Don't make the old man sick. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and saluted solemnly. Yes, Chief. It was already around 9 in the morning when he returned to his Special Operations Forces headquarters from the military headquarters. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his official residence and handed his military hat to the orderly. He asked casually, "Where's Nianji? What's she doing?" The orderly quickly said, "Reporting, Chief. Miss Gu drove out early in the morning. She said she was going to Green City and asked you to call her if you needed anything." Hu Xiaoheng's hand, which was being held by Jie Fengji, paused. He slowly looked at the orderly. She went to Green City. The most famous prison in Greentown was the Greentown female prison. She quickly remembered that Bai Jini was being held there. She must have gone to see Bai Jini. Hu Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. He took off his military jacket and hung it in the closet at the entrance before going upstairs to rest. Gu Nianji had already arrived at the reception room of Green City Women's Prison and was sitting opposite Bai Jini. She smiled at Bai Jini and nodded. Physicist Bai, long time no see. You look just as good as before, and your figure and skin are much better than when you were in prison. Gu Nianji remembered seeing Bai Jini in court a year and a half ago. Her skin was a little dark, and there were deep crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. She was also slightly chubby. But now, Bai Jini, who was sitting in front of her, was much fairer and thinner. She was at least 2 sizes smaller, but the skin on her face was not loose. Instead, it was taut and stylish, and there was a faint luster in the sunlight from the window. She seemed to be having a good time in prison. Gu Nianji's eyes turned cold. Bai Jini was also looking at Gu Nianji. After not seeing her for a year and a half, the little girl's eyes were much sharper than before. They had lost their childishness and looked mature and steady. Her eyes were extremely large and black, and her jade-like pupils were like fine black gold velvet. They were so black that they had a texture to them. Her tall and well-embroidered nose bridge made her face look very three-dimensional, and she had the bright beauty of a European woman. Any Eastern woman with such looks was a peerless beauty. Bai Jini's gaze slid from Gu Nianji's beautiful face to her bulging chest. Gu Nianji was wearing a loose half-sleeve knitted sweater made of crystal blue silk and cotton blend with a little cashmere. The opening of the collar revealed her delicate collarbone. The Van Cleef and Arpels monochrome necklace around her neck was simple and elegant. It inadvertently highlighted the details and had a low-key luxury. Long hair draped over her shoulders, bright eyes, and spirited eyes. This was the kind of woman who described her. Bai Jini sighed softly in her heart, and her expression darkened. The Song Jining of the past was so similar to the Gu Nianji now. They were both talented and beautiful girls, and they both had men who truly loved and valued them. However, Song Jining's taste was much worse than Gu Nianji's. A strange smile appeared on Bai Jini's face as she thought viciously. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and placed her hands on the long conference table in front of her. She said softly, "Bai Jini, have you ever thought about why I came to see you?" Bai Jini raised her head. "That's a question you should be thinking about." "Why should I waste my time thinking about such a boring question?" She expressed her disdain by ignoring her. Gu Nianji shook her head. "Why bother? Haven't you ever thought about who caused you to be in prison now, from a promising physicist to this state?" The corners of Bai Jini's mouth curled into a mocking smile. She leaned forward and said, "I've thought about it. The culprit who caused me to be in prison, from a promising physicist to a qualified end, is you, Lawyer Gu." Gu Nianji curled the corners of her lips and smiled. "Is that so? I'm honored, but unfortunately, you're wrong." As she spoke, Gu Nianji added, "No wonder you're not as good as Miss Song. Your IQ, intuition, and acuity are far inferior to hers." Bai Jini could no longer maintain her composure. She stood up with a swoosh and sneered, "If you keep talking, I won't entertain you anymore." She turned around and walked towards the door of the reception room. Gu Nianji watched coldly as she walked towards the door. Just as Bai Genie's hand was on the door handle, Gu Nianji said. Bai Genie, Hua Jialan didn't know that Song Jining knew about her background until you told her. Bai Genie's hand froze. Her eyes suddenly widened. She suddenly turned around and walked back quickly. She placed her hands on the conference table and asked anxiously, "What did you say?" "Say it again." Gu Nianji crossed her arms and smiled confidently. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You think you're the oriole, but in fact, you're just the oriole that the hunter has placed in the net. Hua Jialan, oh, no, it should be Luo Jialan. She's changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration. Gu Nianji stared fixedly at Bai Genie, not missing the slightest change in her expression. Instead of beating around the bush to interrogate Bai Genie, she went straight to the point. So can you tell me, when did you tell Luo Jialan that Song Jining was also an insider of her background? This kind of direct questioning method could make the other party subconsciously answer the question she wanted to hide, the answer to the question she wanted to hide. Bai Genie's lips trembled, and her eyes shone as she looked at Gu Nianji. You. What do you mean by this? Tell me first, when did you tell Luo Jialan that Song Jining was also an insider of her background? Gu Nianji repeated calmly and opened her arms. She held a pen and a recording pen in her hand. Tell me. Maybe I can piece together another timeline and help you find the person who escaped the net to help you commit the crime. This was the second update of the day. Monthly votes of 1,800 plus updates had arrived. Chapter 1304, The Fish That Escaped the Net. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. 8 p.m., the third update. Chapter 1315. Bai Genie looked at Gu Nianji in surprise. Collaboration. A fish that slipped through the net. Yes, I'll say it again. You think you're using someone else as a gun, but have you ever thought that you're actually someone else's gun? Gu Nianji smiled faintly, as beautiful as a night epiphyllum. Bai Genie frowned and said uncomfortably. That was a long time ago. Hua Jialan and I just happened to, Luo Jialan, she's changed her name now. Gu Nianji corrected her. Luo Jialan, I accidentally told Luo Jialan about her background, time, place, and who was there at the time. Gu Nianji asked. Is that important? Bai Genie looked at Gu Nianji in confusion. It's been so long. Of course it's important. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to come here and tell you about the past? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and was a little impatient. You've already experienced the consequences of hiding something from a lawyer, haven't you? In the case of Luo Xinchua's murder, Bai Genie had hidden some facts from her defense lawyer. In the end, she had been very passive in court. Gu Nianji had seized on the loophole and pursued her relentlessly. In the end, she had been convicted. What substantial benefit does that do me? Bai Genie wasn't someone who would be at a disadvantage. Her eyes calmed down. Can my case be overturned? Gu Nianji lowered her eyes and didn't comment. That depends on how much you say and what the truth is. Then can it prove that I was wronged? I demand to be released from prison immediately. Bai Genie stood up excitedly. Can you? If you can't, I won't say it. Gu Nianji's well-defined lips curled up. She looked up at Bai Genie. After Luo Jialan took over Song Jining's care, did you intentionally or unintentionally reveal to her that Song Jining knew about her background? Bai Genie's eyes darted around as her mind raced. Finally, she sneered, no comment. She then turned around and left the reception room. The prison guard took her back to her cell. Gu Nianji slowly stood up and waited for a while before walking out of the reception room. She said to the other prison guard at the door, "Could you please show me Bai Genie's cell?" The prison guard was stunned. "You want to see Bai Genie's cell? Do you have a visiting certificate? Does her verbal promise count as proof of visitation?" Gu Nianji raised her chin in the direction where Bai Genie had disappeared. "There's evidence of her phone surveillance recording." The prison guard made a phone call to his superior. After confirming it, he said, "Please follow me." Gu Nianji followed the prison guard to Bai Genie's cell. The Greentown Women's Prison imprisoned felons. Only those who had been sentenced to at least 15 years in prison could be locked up here. Along the way, the security was tight and there were cameras everywhere. The doors with iron bars were tightly shut, and the world inside and outside the door were two completely different worlds. Gu Nianji walked quietly until the prison guard stopped in front of a single cell. He pointed and said, "This is Bai Genie's cell." Gu Nianji walked forward. "Open the door." The prison guard keyed in a few passwords on the display beside the door, and the door quietly opened. Of course, the iron fence made of thin iron rods was still tightly shut. Gu Nianji looked up and saw the situation in the cell. She smiled and quickly took a photo with her phone. The facilities in Bai Genie's single cell were really good. The room wasn't small. It was at least 20 square meters. Under the south-facing window was a desk with a laptop on it. Next to the desk was a small three-tiered bookshelf, which was densely packed with books. Under the east wall was a single bed with snow-white sheets. The bedside lamp was exquisite and cute. A curved LCD television hung on the west wall. There were two single sofas under it, and a small coffee table in the middle of the two sofas. On the other side of the single sofa was an elliptical machine. It could be used for running, stretching, and heart rate monitoring. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. "Are you here to go to prison or to retire?" She turned to look at the prison guard. "I never knew that our country's felony prison could have such good facilities. It's really comparable to the felony prison cells in Oslo, Norway. I think this place should be called a nursing home, not a women's prison. While it's hard for law-abiding ordinary people to buy a room, our felons are already living in a nursing home in a developed country. I think the public will be very happy to know that." Gu Nianji didn't say anything else and turned to leave. The faces of Bai Genie and the prison guard outside the cell darkened. Bai Genie understood and rushed to the door to stop Gu Nianji. She said anxiously, "Don't go. I'll tell you everything you want to know." She knew very well that Gu Nianji was threatening her. If she didn't tell her, she would spread the word about her treatment in prison. When that time came, she wouldn't be the only one to suffer. More importantly, her brother, Bai Jianqing, who had just become prime minister. Gu Nianji had noticed from the phone call that Bai Genie's treatment in prison was unusual. She had already made several preparations. If Bai Genie cooperated obediently, she wouldn't make things too difficult for her. Anyway, she was going to be executed. They were magnanimous to live and eat well before they died. But if she didn't know what was good for her and pushed her luck, Gu Nianji wouldn't show any mercy. She was the best at dealing with the prime minister. Bai Genie's arrogance was completely suppressed by the few words she said in front of the single cell. She was much more obedient in the following questions. Returning to the monitored reception room, Gu Nianji still held her recording pen and began to ask questions. "Bai Genie, when and where did you tell Luo Jialan that Song Jining knew about her background?" 7 years ago, when I had a breakthrough in my experiment." Bai Genie looked at Gu Nianji resentfully. "If your car hadn't suddenly barged in that day, my experiment would have definitely succeeded." Gu Nianji, "Okay. This had something to do with her too." Gu Nianji didn't back down and said coldly, "You really know how to shirk responsibility. You can't pull it out yourself, so you blame gravity, right?" Bai Jeannie's face turned red from the sarcasm, but she forced herself to remain calm and said, "That's how it is." Gu Nianji chuckled and continued to ask, "Was that before or after I appeared?" "After. The experiment wasn't successful. I went back to the imperial capital and went to the Huo family for dinner." Bai Jeannie pursed her lips. "I just said a few words to Luo Zhelan." Bai Jeannie was deeply indignant when she saw that Song Jining was in good spirits and looked like she was about to recover soon. "What did you say? You must not remember, right?" Gu Nianji said deliberately, "I don't have high expectations for your IQ and memory." "Of course I remember." Bai Jeannie looked at Gu Nianji mockingly. "Since I've promised to tell you, I won't hide it anymore." "Then tell me." "I was pruning the flowers in the small garden when Luo Zhelan stood next to me and chatted with me. I accidentally mentioned that Huo Guanyuan wasn't her biological father, and Song Jining knew about it." "What did Luo Zhelan say?" Gu Nianji asked calmly without any pressure in her tone. Bai Jeannie added, "She told me that she knew about it a long time ago." It was similar to what Gu Nianji had thought. She immediately confirmed, she knew about it a long time ago. Did she know that Huo Guanyuan wasn't her biological father, or did Song Jining know about it? Bai Jeannie was confused. "I didn't think about that. I thought she knew about it a long time ago." It was obvious that Luo Zhelan had played a trick on this matter. Even Bai Jeannie, who had always been shrewd, had been fooled by her. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1305, Little Tricks. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1316. Bai Jeannie's expression was ugly for a moment. She could no longer maintain her forced calmness. She slammed one hand on the table and said, "Luo Zhelan is so despicable. I treated her so well back then. It was just a matter of taking what she needed. Did she have to make herself sound so innocent?" Gu Nianji cursed in her heart and quietly listened to Bai Jeannie vent her anger before saying, "Since you admit that you did tell Luo Zhelan about Song Jining knowing about her background, can you sign here for me?" Gu Nianji took out the third-party witness signature form that she had prepared earlier and placed it in front of Bai Jeannie. Bai Jeannie was stunned. "What is this?" "This is a testimony that needs your signature to prove that you said something like that just now." Gu Nianji pointed to the reason she had just filled in. "Please take it seriously, because this will be handed over to the prosecutor's office to help prosecute Luo Zhelan." When Bai Jeannie heard that Gu Nianji was going to sue Luo Zhelan, she signed her name without hesitation. After signing it, she pushed the testimony back to Gu Nianji and smiled maliciously. "It would be great if Luo Zhelan could come here to keep me company." Gu Nianji stood up with a smile. "I'll definitely let you two friends reunite." Gu Nianji took the third-party testimony signed by Bai Jeannie and once again went to the reception room of the prosecutor's office. "Lawyer Gu, why are you here again?" The staff in the reception room was very polite to her, but also very helpless. "We've already said many times that there isn't enough evidence for the intentional homicide that you've requested to prosecute. We can't bring a prosecution." Gu Nianji placed the testimony she had just obtained and the materials she had prepared in front of the staff member. She smiled and said, "Take a look again. We've obtained another very important third-party testimony. This testimony can prove that Luo Zhelan had a motive to kill Song Jining." Gu Nianji still had some reservations about this request to bring a prosecution. She wouldn't lay out all her cards. Her real trump card would be left to give Luo Zhelan a fatal blow during the trial. The staff member looked at Gu Nianji suspiciously and lowered his head to take out the materials from the file bag. He first looked at the list of materials. On the list of materials on the cover page, the staff member found a new testimony from a third party, and it was the testimony of a prisoner. The staff member pulled out the new material and read it carefully. After looking through it, the staff member's expression changed. This great lawyer Gu was indeed extraordinary. She had found a breakthrough point in a case that seemed impossible to prosecute. Although this staff member was not the one who made decisions in the procuratorate, he had handled thousands of petitions and had long trained a pair of fiery eyes. From his professional perspective, Gu Nianji's previous complaint lacked a breakthrough point that could string all the accusations together. There was no doubt that Bai Jini's testimony had the best effect. He put away all the documents and smiled at Gu Nianji. As expected of the great lawyer Gu who won a case in Germany. The pleadings you prepared can be used as models. Don't worry, I'll hand it over and let the prosecutor weigh it carefully. Please go back and wait for further notice. Gu Nianji knew it was a success when he said that. She sighed softly and stood up with a smile. She bowed to the staff member and said, "Thank you for enforcing the law impartially. I hope we can work together happily from now on." Song Jining was the plaintiff, and Gu Nianji was her lawyer with full authority. If the procuratorate filed a public prosecution, Gu Nianji would likely be hired by the procuratorate as a public prosecution lawyer to go against the defendant's lawyer in court. The staff member also knew what she meant. He reached out and shook Gu Nianji's hand. "You're welcome, great lawyer Gu." After leaving the procuratorate, Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was almost 1:00 in the afternoon. She had left the house at 7 in the morning and had only eaten 2 xiaolongbao for breakfast. However, she was excited and all the energy in her body was burning. She hadn't felt hungry at all. It was already past 2:00 when she drove back to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Only then did she realize that she was hungry. She tossed the car keys to the orderly and asked casually, "Is Major General Hu back?" Hu Xiaoheng hadn't come back last night. Gu Nianji knew that he was either in a meeting or on a mission, so she didn't ask. The orderly quickly said, "He's back. He's resting upstairs." Oh. Gu Nianji turned around and didn't plan to go upstairs. She would let Hu Xiaoheng have a good sleep. Gu Nianji walked into the kitchen and planned to make herself something to eat. She came back at a bad time. The orderly who cooked for Hu Xiaoheng wasn't at the official residence at this time. He must have gone to buy groceries. Moreover, even if he was here, Gu Nianji couldn't trouble him to specially cook for her. It was a privilege to ask him to cook before it was mealtime. Gu Nianji used to eat some snacks and wait until mealtime to eat with everyone. However, she didn't want to eat snacks today. She wanted to eat some hot food. She walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. She pretended to look around but found that there were no leftovers. She couldn't make egg fried rice even if she wanted to. Instant noodles were out of the question. Hu Xiaoheng's kitchen didn't allow that kind of unhealthy food to exist. However, there were frozen dumplings in the freezer compartment in the refrigerator. She could take them out and make fried dumplings. Gu Nianji happily found the pan and put oil in it like Hu Xiaoheng did. She then placed the frozen dumplings in it and poured a shallow layer of water on it, just covering the area below the dumplings. Then, she brought the fire to a boil. Water vapor quickly filled the kitchen. However, the bottom of the dumplings was cooked, but the top was not yet cooked. Gu Nianji quickly added some more water. The fire boiled again. Water vapor spread in the kitchen again. This time, there was even a burning smell. Gu Nianji was flustered. She picked up the kettle and poured a large pot of water again in an attempt to suppress the burning smell. Water vapor with traces of oil seeped out of the pan and flowed onto the stove. However, she forgot to turn down the fire. This wasn't an induction cooker, but a gas cooker. The faint blue flame quickly sprang up and burned along the edge of the pan. Gu Nianji panicked and poured all the water from the kettle in her hand. Boom! A string of open flames completely burned up, and the flame was less than a centimeter away from the hair on Gu Nianji's forehead. The smoke alarm in the kitchen went off with a whoosh. The smoke alarm in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence wasn't an ordinary alarm. Its terminal was connected to the central control room and enjoyed the highest level of authority. As soon as the alarm went off, the entire base sounded the alarm. The long and short sirens resounded throughout the base. Countless members of the Special Operations Forces immediately put down their work and entered a state of first-level combat readiness. The Suicide Squad and the Demolition Team assembled within a minute and surrounded Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Hu Xiaoheng had only taken an afternoon nap in his bedroom when he was woken up by the alarm in his room. He jumped out of bed reflexively, grabbed his uniform, and put it on as he ran out. When he reached the stairs, he saw thick smoke billowing from his kitchen. A few orderlies were rushing in with fire extinguishers. His heart skipped a beat, and he cursed under his breath. He almost jumped down the stairs from the second floor and ran faster than the orderlies. He rushed into the kitchen like lightning. It was as he had expected. Gu Nianji was holding a frying pan in one hand and a kettle in the other. She was fighting with the gas stove that was burning with a faint blue flame. Hu Xiaoheng was angry and amused at the same time. He hugged Gu Nianji from behind and lay down on the ground. The orderlies who followed him in carried high-efficiency fire extinguishers on their backs and sprayed them at the gas stove. Outside the official residence, the Suicide Squad and the Demolition Team members who rushed in were already fully armed and ready to storm the door. Hu Xiaoheng's orderlies, Fan Jian, ran out of the house covered in fire-extinguishing foam. He said to the murderous members of the Suicide Squad and the Demolition Team outside, "It's fine, it's fine. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Before he could finish his sentence, he was knocked down by the captain of the Suicide Squad, Zhou Qiyuan. "We'll see for ourselves if it's a misunderstanding. Let's go." He gestured and rushed in with the Suicide Squad. According to the procedure, this was what they had to do. Because when the alarm sounded, they had to recognize no one but Hu Xiaoheng. A group of people rushed to the official residence with guns. When they saw thick smoke billowing from the kitchen, they immediately occupied all the advantageous corners of the living room. They set up their guns and covered Zhou Qiyuan and two other members as they rushed into the kitchen. Hu Xiaoheng was standing up from the ground with Gu Nianji in his arms. He looked up and saw a group of heavily armed Suicide Squad members standing in front of him with guns. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. Gu Nianji wanted to die. She buried her entire body in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and refused to raise her head. Zhou Qiyuan looked at Hu Xiaoheng and asked with concern, "Major General Hu, are you okay?" Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand helplessly. "I'm fine. It's really a misunderstanding. You take them out first. I'll be right out." Zhou Qiyuan refused. "You go out first. We still have to check this place carefully. It's better to be safe than sorry." Of course, Zhou Qiyuan didn't suspect Gu Nianji, but who knew if someone would use this opportunity to tamper with the house? At this time, the importance of procedures was obvious. Everything was done according to the rules. Even if there was nothing, they had to treat it as if there was something wrong and treat it as a drill. A real combat drill, although the cause was very nonsensical, Hu Xiaoheng had no choice but to carry Gu Nianji and quickly walk out of the kitchen. The kitchen behind him was still emitting thick black smoke. When he walked out of the thick smoke, it was as if he had walked out of a smoke-filled battlefield. The other Suicide Squad members and the Demolition Team in the living room breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Hu Xiaoheng come out, but they still didn't dare to be careless. After all, Zhou Qiyuan hadn't spoken yet. They still had to maintain their combat status. 5 minutes later, Zhou Qiyuan came out of the kitchen and used his Bluetooth headset to inform everyone. Clear. That was what the alarm meant. Gu Nianji had been sitting in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and clinging to him like a koala. When she heard Zhou Qiyuan say that it was fine, she was about to let go when she heard laughter from the living room. The Suicide Squad members and the Demolition Team members came out from all corners of the living room and clicked their tongues at Gu Nianji, who was in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. "Little Nianji, you're really different now. You're going to be the wife of a major general, and you dare to set Major General Hua's kitchen on fire. We didn't even help you with the wall." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1306, I'll Help You. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. When the monthly votes reach 2,100, we'll do 3 updates. At 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. Thank you, Leader Enigma Yangxi, for your 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1317. Gu Nianji wanted to find a hole to hide in. But the more she tried to hide, the more they laughed. They were all people who watched her grow up, so it wasn't a problem for them to joke around. However, Gu Nianji was so embarrassed this time that she couldn't take it anymore. She was so angry that she turned to the people who were laughing at her and said loudly, "That's enough. Laugh again and kill yourself." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed even more happily. Ha 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 ha. Have you ever heard of such a powerful threat? No, no. She's going to commit suicide if we keep laughing. Sister, you're amazing. Ha 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 ha, I'm so scared. Ha ha ha, a few of them even fell to the ground laughing, rolling on the ground with their arms around their stomachs. Hu Xiaoheng, who never smiled in front of his subordinates, also smirked. However, seeing that Gu Nianji was extremely embarrassed, he pressed her head against his chest and coolly glanced at the people around him. Wherever his eyes passed, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. All of them stood ramrod straight in front of Hu Xiaoheng, looking up at the sky with tense expressions. Hu Xiaoheng stood up with Gu Nianji in his arms and said dryly, "Today's operation was a good one. You can all disperse." "Yes, Chief." Everyone answered in unison. "Everyone. Turn right. Run. Let's go." Zhou Qiyuan commanded the temporary response team and ran out of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. The thick smoke in the kitchen gradually dissipated, and the engineers came in with tools to renovate the kitchen, from the renovation to the wiring. The gendarmerie were working on the side. Another group of engineers set up a makeshift kitchen in an empty room. Hu Xiaoheng's 2 orderlies, who were in charge of cooking, came in from outside with pale faces. They stood in front of the kitchen door in a daze, not knowing what had happened. "Comrade, what's going on? We just went out to buy some groceries. Why did he burn it in the kitchen after coming back?" Just now, when they heard the alarm going off in the entire station, they thought that something had happened, so they hid on the spot according to the procedure. They even hid a bag of live prawns in the pool behind the big rock. When the alarm was lifted and they returned to the entrance of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, they found out that something had happened to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Ha 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 ha, how can you go grocery shopping together? The comrades of the military police and the military engineers were laughing at the 2 of them. You have a major general's wife whose cooking skills are comparable to that of a killer. You must remember not to leave the kitchen at the same time. You must stagger. Ha 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 ha, after repeating this a few times, the 2 orderlies finally figured out the whole thing. The 2 of them rushed to the kitchen to take a look and opened the refrigerator. They found that the dumplings they had made a few days ago were a little less. When they looked at the ruins on the gas stove, they completely understood. Miss Gu wants to eat fried dumplings. Most likely. Look at the burnt pan. Then, I added oil, water, turned on the fire. It's been burning without a lid, so it must be burnt. In the end, the water vapor mixed with the oil came out of the pan. There was an open flame on the gas stove, so when the flame met the oil, the water vapor was nothing. Then there will definitely be black smoke, and the smoke alarm will go off. The two orderlies finally understood. They looked at the utensils in the kitchen and deduced what had happened, and they actually guessed it correctly. After coming out of the messy kitchen, the two orderlies returned to the makeshift kitchen next to them. They used the remaining dumplings to make 2 plates of fried dumplings and put them in a thermos bucket for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was lying on the bed with her head covered with the blanket. She wouldn't come out no matter how hard Hu Xiaoheng called her. Nianji, they were just joking with you. They didn't mean any harm. Hu Xiaoheng patted her through the blanket. Be good. Get up and go eat something. He knew that she must have been starving to think of cooking for herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the kitchen. I'm not eating. I'll kill myself if I say another word. Gu Nianji pounded the bed with her hand. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. You're going to kill yourself after saying a few words. Can you bear to leave me? Hu Xiaoheng simply picked Gu Nianji up with the blanket. Hurry up and go eat. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Why don't we go out to eat? We have to go to the airport to pick someone up after eating. Gu Nianji fiddled with Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple with her hand. She pouted so much that she could hang an oil bottle. She said angrily, I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just staying here for the rest of my life. I want to be a mushroom. I want to live here and grow here. Yes, just be a mushroom. Give birth to little mushrooms for me in the future. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her pouting lips as he spoke. Her soft lips were as beautiful as he remembered them. One kiss wasn't enough. He took it in his mouth and savored it carefully. The kiss made Gu Nianji dizzy and dizzy. She almost fainted. Fortunately, the orderly's voice came from the door. Hu Xiaoheng let go of Gu Nianji reluctantly. What is it? Hu Xiaoheng asked expressionlessly into the intercom. Reporting to the chief. We made pan-fried dumplings. Is Miss Gu hungry? The orderly at the door scratched his head. We left them at the door. If you're hungry, come out and get them. The two of them placed the thermos containing the pan-fried dumplings at the door of Gu Nianji's bedroom. Gu Nianji held on to Hu Xiaoheng tightly and didn't allow him to open the door. Although she was indeed very hungry, compared to embarrassing herself in front of others, she decided to starve. However, the two orderlies were very perceptive. They actually came up with such a trick. Hu Xiaoheng silently praised the two sensible orderlies in his heart. He planned to give them a few more days off during the new year. After all, he planned to take Gu Nianji to the Xia family in France for the new year this year. Alright, they've already left. I'll go bring in the pan-fried dumplings. Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji with the blanket and placed her on the sofa. You should eat some. Your stomach doesn't feel well when you're hungry. Have you forgotten? Gu Nianji's stomach was actually starting to ache. She didn't stop him anymore. She watched as Hu Xiaoheng walked to the door and opened it. She quickly lay down on the sofa, afraid that someone would see her at the door. After a while, when she heard that there was no other sound at the door, she carefully poked her head out from behind the sofa to secretly observe. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and closed the door with the food box. He looked up and saw a small black head swaying behind the sofa. This little girl thought she was hiding well. If she had the ability, she would hide her head too. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and walked behind the sofa. He held Gu Nianji's head. Stop hiding. I can see your head from afar. Seeing that the door was closed, Gu Nianji sat up with the blanket in her arms and narrowed her eyes to look over. However, her gaze had always been attracted by Hu Xiaoheng in the past, but today it was attracted by the food box in his hand. Her burning gaze was fixed on the food box in Hu Xiaoheng's hand, and Gu Nianji felt even hungrier. Hu Xiaoheng didn't tease her anymore. He went to the cupboard in the living room and took out a black porcelain plate with epiphyllum on it. He put the fried dumplings on it and put a small silver fork on it. Eat it. It's your favorite san xian filling with shrimp. The san xian dumplings had a vegetarian san xian filling with eggs, chives, and diced mushrooms. There were also san xian dumplings with eggs, chives, and pork, or eggs, diced mushrooms, and shrimp. Sometimes there was a little vermicelli. Gu Nianji loved san xian dumplings with eggs, mushrooms, shrimp, and vermicelli the most. This time, it happened to be her favorite flavor, so she ate very happily. After eating, the frustration and anger she felt just now actually disappeared without a trace. As expected, food was the most important thing to the people. Any kind of depression could be solved with a delicious meal. Thinking back to what had just happened, she giggled. Hu Xiaoheng patted her head. Go take a shower after eating, and then I'll take you to the airport to pick someone up. Who? Do you want our Major General Hua to pick them up personally? A foreign head of state. Gu Nianji asked him with a smile. Can I not go? No. Hu Xiaoheng denied it flatly. It's my great-uncle, who is also my grandmother's brother. Gu Nianji exclaimed and immediately went to the bathroom in the bedroom to wash up and take a bath. She cleaned up for a full hour and a half before coming out. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. Just in time. Let's go now. Gu Nianji was wearing Chanel's latest summer tulip skirt with a matching silk round-neck three-quarter sleeve top. Her long hair was pulled back and pinned on top of her head with a diamond hairband. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and nodded. Let's go. The two of them got into the car and sped towards Imperial Capital International Airport's T3 terminal. Grandfather Xie's private plane landed at the airport an hour later. This time, he came back quietly and didn't greet any of the other parties. Hu Xiaoheng was the only one who knew he was back. The two of them stood on the tarmac and watched the cabin door of a large Boeing 787 passenger plane open. A hale and hearty old man with an elegant and powerful aura walked down the gangway. Gu Nianji looked at the old man's every move and couldn't help whispering to Hu Xiaoheng. This is your great-uncle. He's so imposing, like an emperor. Hu Xiaoheng, this was the second update of the day, Chapter 1307, Growing Mushrooms. Growing mushrooms. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. 2 updates today, and the monthly votes will be 2,100 tomorrow. We'll do 3 updates. Good night, dear ones. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.